Hello and welcome to this, our 268th live stream. Getting it okay. This is, of course, an homage to our Monday video, which is Getting It Right, where we talk about the Eastern Orthodox view of the veneration of the saints. Channel business. Let's talk channel business here because we do have some pieces of channel business tonight. The first piece of channel business is, in case you're not aware, there's a solar storm going on. This should not affect our live stream to any significant degree. But for some of you who are, say, using services like Starlink that require radio communication, you could get some interruption of service. So we just want to make people aware that if there is, if you experience some outages, it might not be YouTube or us because we're hardwired here, but it might be some telecommunications link along your path. Okay? Yeah, CPM versus DOS. Wires win again. Don't they always? I mean, wires are the best. You know? They are still the most reliable form of communication. Okay. Right, going camp. Will we all get superpowers? Dr. Emi says, I've never used a Starlink in my life. No, but you may have used microwave internet links and not know it. They still use this in some places. Instead of a wire, they still use microwave internet links, and those are susceptible to solar radiation. So just want to make you aware of that. Fortunately, we are mostly beyond the days of packet radio, although some people are still using it. I like to use it, to be honest. Sounds very interesting. But there are still people out there who are using radio communications of some kind for their internet services. And Starlink is one of those types of services. So, dial-up chats unite. Okay, the second order of business is Lord of Steel and Sky is going to be released on the 15th of July. Now, what does this mean? This means that for you who've ordered it, some of you will be getting this book by the next live stream. So we're there. We're at the release date. So this is really cool. So if you haven't ordered a copy, please do so. And when you do read it, please leave a review because all those reviews really, really matter. Okay, so that is the business portion here. So let's get into the rules, and then we'll get into the questions. Okay. Super chats have priority. Always do. We will at least acknowledge every super chat. We might not take the question, but we'll acknowledge it. Non-super chats we do take, but we have to put a Q and a colon in the front of it. If you don't, we don't see it. That's essentially what it boils down to. And if you do put a non-super chat, we don't guarantee we take it either. So just because you post a question doesn't mean we'll take it. We usually take any question that's interesting, that hits my fancy, that's within my expertise and wheelhouse. But there are some questions that either don't interest me or outside my wheelhouse or just isn't something I've got a huge amount of knowledge about. And those we might just bypass. So, only post non-super chats once. Posting them multiple times will get them disqualified for the night. If you reference something in the Bible, we ask that you add some context. So we need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. You can sponsor non-super chats, but we ask that you copy the non-super chat question into the super chat so we Don't have to hunt for it. It just makes things so much easier for us. And finally, for any question, one question per chat. No question stacking, because that's not fair to anyone. Okay, so that's the rules. Well, let's get into the questions. All right, the first question here is from 501 Mobius. And he actually asks a pretty good question here. How come Yenoam is mentioned in a number of Pharaoh conquest lists, including Merneptah, but no one can identify its location? The reason is because in a lot of cases, the lists where they're found in are very fragmentary. So we don't have a good idea what it's between. Where are its extremities? So we do find it in a lot of conquest lists, but we'll find it like on a fragmentary block somewhere. And we don't know where it fits in the greater puzzle of the list. And because we don't find it in the greater puzzle of the list, it's really, really hard to say, oh, it's between this town and this town. So that's what makes Yenoam so difficult. We also don't have a good idea of what town it exactly correlates to in, say, the biblical context either. We got guesses, but we're not sure and we don't really know. So, given the path that we have from Merneptah, that's probably going to be the best guess we've got. It just, again, it's not something where we have it in C2 with the rest of the captive circles. So if we don't have it in C2 with the rest of the captive circles, we're sort of left guessing where it is. So, and that's just sometimes the difficulty of geography, of ancient geography, is you just don't know where things fit in context to other places, so they can be difficult to find. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from King Bubby. Now, this is a complicated question, and it's going to require some setup. He asks, what do you think is the best method of harmonizing both accounts of King Ahaziah of Judah's death, 2 Kings 2, 27-28, and 2 Chronicles 22, 8-9. Okay, let's pull up our Bible and let's read both passages, and then let's try and make sense of these. Okay, because on the surface there is inconsistencies here, but I also think too that the inconsistencies can be resolved very easily, at least for the most part. But 2 Kings, we'll start with the 2 Kings passage, chapter 9, 27, which says, Then Ahaziah, the king of Judah, saw this. He fled by the way of the garden house, and Jehu pursued him and said, Shoot him too in the chariot. So they shot him at the ascent of Gur, which is at Eblim, but he fled to Megiddo and died there. Then his servants carried him in a chariot to Jerusalem and buried him in his grave with his fathers in the city of David. Okay. Now, most scholars think that the 2 Kings 9 passage, it really includes 9 and 10, is probably the more historical, at least the more precise, granular account of this. But then we look at, say, 2 Chronicles here. 2 Chronicles 22, verses 8-9. Which says, It came about that when Jehu was executing judgment on the house of Ahab, he found the princes of Judah and the sons of Ahaziah's brothers ministering to Ahaziah and slew them. He also sought Ahaziah, and they caught him while he was hiding in Samaria. And they brought him to Jehu, put him to death, and buried him. For they said, He is the son of Jehoshaphat, who sought the Lord with all his heart. So there was no one in the house of Ahaziah to retain the power of the kingdom. All right. Now, the critical issues here are that where did did he get killed in a chariot? Was he brought to Jehu? And where did he die? Okay, so those are the really big questions. Now, if you follow the sequence of events really closely, you can kind of see how the Second Chronicles narrative dovetails with the Second Kings Chronic suggestion. Okay, now the first thing is that the context leading up to this passage is Jehoram, king of Israel, attacked Syria and got wounded in the process. So he has to go back, and his ally, Ahaziah, king of Judah, decides to visit him. And it's during this visit that there's this uprising by Jehu. Okay? So, now, when it talks about Ahaziah caught while hiding in Samaria, we have to understand one thing about Samaria. That term in 2 Chronicles 22:9. Samaria is both a city and a region. Okay? We don't know from 2 Chronicles 22:9 if it's the city being referred to or the region. If it is the region, then the death in 2 Kings 9:27-28 still makes sense. Okay, so here's the sequence of events. Jehoram fights in Syria, gets wounded. He's visited by Ahaziah, not with his army, but with a retinue. Okay, so Ahaziah's not bringing his own whole army with him. He's just bringing a retinue to visit a friend. Okay, and then what happens is there's an uprising while Ahaziah is in the northern kingdom of Israel, and Jehu calls Jehoram and Ahaziah out for a nice talk. It's a trap. And it quite literally says in the text, it's a trap. Okay? Jehu springs the trap and kills Jehoram right there with an arrow in his chariot. And then Ahaziah flees. Now, Jehoram and Ahaziah are literally brought to Jehu. There's a revolt going on. Okay? They're brought with their retinues. So, yeah, King Akbar. Pretty much. It's a trap. So, they are brought to Jehu. Jehu sends out a servant. The servant gets Jehoram and Ahaziah to bring them to Jehu. So that brought to Jehu we find in 2 Chronicles 22 is actually found in 2 Kings 9, but it doesn't say he was brought. It says a servant took him to Jehu. So he was brought, and then Jehu has an arrow pierces Ahaziah, who flees. And in 2 Chronicles 22:9, where it says Jehu put Ahaziah to death, well, he did by shooting an arrow. He just didn't happen to die right in front of him. Ahaziah flees, makes it to Megiddo, and dies there. And then his body is interred in Jerusalem. Okay? So, the two narratives do make sense, and they do dovetail if they're read in context to each other. So, I don't think this is a difficult harmonization to do. I can see why some people might struggle with this, but it's not an overall difficult harmonization. So, it makes sense once you get sort of the big picture of what's going on in the scene. Ryan Cohen camp. a king like you until I took an arrow in the chest. Very Skyrim vibes there. I was an adventurer like you until I took an arrow to the knee. For those of you who don't know. Okay.
Some of us were wondering.
Some of us were wondering, okay? Cool. Okay, so King Bubby, I hope that answers your question. Thank you so very much for the question. It's a great question. It just needs a lot of sort of teasing out to arrive at the answer. Okay? So hope that helps. Thank you so much. We want to thank Jack Ray here for gifting the channel 10 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships, and he gave these on Wednesday, I think. Wednesday or Thursday? So this was long before the live stream. So for those of you who were lurking in the live chat, and there were people lurking for this. That's what was shocking. No live stream was happening, but they were lurking in the live chat, and Jack Ray pops this on, and all of a sudden they're all gone within a couple minutes. It's crazy.
Still don't know how to get in on that.
Lurkers, yeah. Yeah, Jimmy the Jew from Philly says, you rock, Jack Ray. Yeah, he really does rock. Thank you.
Maybe you got one.
Yeah, well.
He's a receptacle of the last best.
So anyway, thank you so much, Jack, for those memberships, and you gave some more tonight too, and we will thank you as we get along to that. Okay, next one.
Common lurkers.
Common lurkers.
By common lurker.
By common lurker. Okay. CPM versus DOS. You never know when you will get a free membership or get exposed for lurking. Yeah, it will expose you for lurking. That it will do.
But to all the lurkers, jump in and have fun.
Hey, but to all the lurkers, jump in and have fun. Okay, next one here is by Harry Stark. Any thoughts on Rufus? I think that's just turning a piece of software that turns a USB drive into a boot drive. That's what I think it is. It's an imaging software. I have no real opinions on it one way or the other. Okay, next one here. Harry Stark, why is it difficult to convert Muslims? It boils down to cultural apologetics. Cultural apologetics is the idea that certain cultures have apologetics that resonate with them as a culture. Okay? So, unless you can address somebody on that level of their culture, there are certain religions that are very, very difficult to evangelize to because of that cultural apologetic. Now, in some cases, that cultural apologetic includes, if you convert, you get ostracized from your family.
In the case of Islam?
Or killed. Yeah. Yeah. In some cases, if you convert to another religion, you're killed for it. This is what happens to apostate children in Muslim countries. A lot of them will get killed for it. So, in Islam, the cultural apologetic is, I don't want to die. Doesn't matter what I believe, I don't want to die. That's a strong disincentive to convert. Just saying. I think if there was more freedom to convert, you would see more Muslims doing so. But I have a friend who converted from Islam to Christianity, and he says his father was thinking of killing him. His own father was thinking of killing him. That's...
He and his father talked, and his father actually told him, I've decided not to.
Yeah. I mean, when he talked to his father, his father said, I decided not to kill you. it's like, ew. Yeah. So in a lot of places, in a lot of cultural apologetics, this stuff is very serious. Um, like for example, even and you don't just find it in say the developing world or in Islamic nations. You find it in certain um, cultural apologetics in North America too. Like there's a very strong cultural apologetic in Mormonism. Very strong. And here's the thing: the stronger the community support network, the stronger the cultural apologetic. And what I mean by a stronger community support network is the stronger the network that keeps you inside the group, the more that's the case. You'll find this in Mormons. You find this among Jehovah's Witnesses, where you're absolutely ostracized and banned from communicating with any apostate. Yeah. Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses are like that too. Mormons are like that. So if you deconvert, uh, yeah, that's an issue.
But also, a lot of these people, if they go to a Christian church, community support of helping you find a job,
Yeah.
people talking to you like your family, just isn't there in Christian church.
Yeah, that is a point. Mrs. Producer says that the Christian church it doesn't have very strong support networks. They won't find you a job if you're unemployed. You know, they might not even help you get food if you're hungry. So there is some disincentive to become Christian per se because of say the very very weak community support networks that you find amongst say Christian congregations. So
like that Hispanic community you were doing your internship in, because they kept having potlucks and welcomed us.
Yeah. So but that's the reason why you find it difficult to convert Muslims. It's really that you have to deal with the cultural apologetic. Well, Darkblade says here, another issue with conversion is that Quran causes Muslims to have heavily distorted conceptions of what Christians believe. But that's part of the cultural apologetic. You see, you have to understand the logic here. You have to understand the logic here. The logic here is that the Quran knows more about Christians than Christians know about themselves. Okay? That's the cultural apologetic. Quran knows more about Christianity than Christians know about Christianity. So when the Quran presents a distortion of Christian faith, they take it that that's what is actually true about Christianity, because the Quran cannot lie. So because the Quran cannot lie, the more you protest that this is not what you believe, the more they say, oh, you see, the Quran's right. You don't know what you believe.
Nice catch-22.
It's a beautiful catch-22. It creates a tautology. And unless you start getting to them at their level, at their what they find has traction, it's very difficult to do. And what I've said before about Islamic apologetics is it's a life commitment. It really is. It's not just an apologetic exercise. It's a life commitment. You have to really commit your life to doing Islamic apologetics if you want to have traction in that community.
Because you have to spend that time immersing yourself in understanding their culture.
Yeah.
Not just the Quran.
Yeah.
Their culture.
Yeah. It's more than just understanding the Quran. You also have to understand the culture too. And if you don't understand the culture, really difficult to get traction. And that takes a long, long time to learn. Okay, so I hope that helps, Harry. Really appreciate the question. And we'll be moving on here. He asks another tech question. Again, we're not a tech channel. I don't know why he asks me all these tech questions.
You are the
Because I'm a
but
tech
you know
bro.
the people on this channel know these answers.
Is Linux better than Windows and Mac OS? Um, uh, let's start a religious war here. I am going to say I use both. I have used both Linux and I use Windows. I don't use Mac OS. I can't afford to get into the Mac OS ecosystem. Macs are just too expensive. Um, Linux is very, very good for certain functions. Really, really good for certain things. It's also very not so good for certain things. Um, now, what I'm gonna say is the big thing that's held Linux back is actually its software. The best productivity software has always been on Windows. Okay. But I will say this now. There are now alternatives to some of those productivity software that you can get on Linux. And I think Linux is catching up as far as its software availability. Okay. Um so I've used Linux professionally. I've administered Linux on large scales. The largest supercomputer in the world was a glorified Linux box. I've done a lot of work on Linux, and I like Linux, and I even like using it as a desktop. But some of the software that I still depend on is only available on Windows, and that is an issue for me. So it's why on my desktop I still use a Windows machine. I use Windows 10. I have not converted to Windows 11. Um, uh, Windows 11 has some annoyances that I still have not gotten over yet. Um, yeah, you can dual boot, but I find in practice I don't. I mean, I set up this machine as a dual boot originally, never used the Linux side of it, and then just wiped out the dual boot just to get the space back. But I use it on my servers. I use it on all my web servers. I use it on my firewall. I use a lot of Linux. I have more Linux machines in my house than I have PCs. Okay? But I use it for some things, and some things that works really, really well. Some things, Windows is better. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Dan Hogan says, "What is your view of the theory that a catastrophic climate event such as the Younger Dryas impact is the inspiration for various flood creation destruction myths worldwide?" I think it lacks evidence. Um, I know this is a favorite theory of that kook Graham Hancock. It is one of his big theories, but it really does lack evidence. It's one of those things that seems sort of convincing on the surface, but we don't actually find it in the dirt, in the archaeology. So it's one of those things that really lacks evidence. And I'm not willing to sort of pick up a theory that makes sweeping conclusions based upon very slim evidence. So, Dr. Amy Martinez asks, does Younger Dryas even coincide with large-scale flooding events? Not to my knowledge. But again, it's one of those kind of kooky theories That okay, here we go again. Could be. It's one of those kind of things. So, you know, it's possible. Okay, is there evidence for it? No, but we haven't disproved it. So, could be. I just can't get into theories like that. They just, I would rather say nothing about it than to support a theory where it's just so, there's nothing there. So, um, it's the idea that the Black Sea Deluge. Ryan Gaps, what about the Black Sea Deluge? Does it have better evidence? It does actually have slightly better evidence. The Black Sea Deluge is the idea that the Mediterranean was once higher than the Black Sea, and then it broke through kind of a mud dam and flooded the Black Sea, raising the sea level up and basically wiping out some villages. Now, they have found some remnants of villages under the water in the Black Sea. So that one's at least got some evidence to it. But I don't think that's really related to flood events, the big flood events either. So, So I wouldn't want to overread that. Okay? So, all right, let's move on here. 501 Mobius. Do you think the iron-fitted chariots that the Canaanites had at Beit Shean could mean that they had iron-tipped javelins? Oh yeah, if they had iron-fitted chariots, they probably also had iron-tipped javelins too. But the thing what made iron fittings on chariots so important is we're talking here the axle assembly. The axle assembly, maybe the tread. Okay? Very few parts of those iron-fitted chariots were actually iron. Where you needed it most was the axle assembly. Because the axle assembly had the most wear and tear to where you needed that strength of the fittings. So, but yeah, if they're using iron on the chariots, they're probably also using it on the javelin. And this where we find that in the text, you're already in the Iron Age. So yeah, they're already using iron weapons to some extent at this point. Now we have to understand that when we talk about Iron Age and Bronze Ages, it doesn't mean bronze was entirely abandoned. Okay? What it means is that you're starting to see bronze being phased out and iron starting to be adopted. So some of them could have had iron-tipped javelins. Some of them might have still had bronze-tipped javelins. It doesn't, just because the technologies overlap doesn't mean one immediately supplants the other. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Justin the Rhino asked the question. What instruments were used by Egyptians the most commonly versus what elite of Egypt used? I don't understand the question. What kind of instruments? Medical instruments? Musical instruments? Dental instruments? Measuring instruments? Yeah, it's probably musical, but well, they had people had surgical instruments. It's not an unfair question. So the only I would say, if we're talking musical instruments, the only thing that the elite might have that, say, the underclasses wouldn't have is perhaps a lyre. Lyres required wood, and pretty much a kind of a expertise to tune them. So, but the lower classes had flutes, drums, sistrum, you know, there were trumpets. The upper class would have trumpets. Definitely have trumpets. The lower class would not.
A mud brick liar.
A mud brick liar. It sounds terrible, but you could do it. Thomas Hall, the elites used Fender, peasants used Gibson. Well, I mean, I use Epiphone, so hey, what can I say?
Luke's, Andrews, Luke's card. If they did that, but the teeth would have been big enough to have made it through.
No, the teeth on a crocodile would not be big enough. No, they're about that big. Yeah, they're. Flutes would have been made out of wood. Small pieces of wood. So they would have carved flutes from crocodile teeth. They're just not big enough. And frankly, they're not even structurally strong enough for it.
Peasants.
Anagram. No, elites use Fender. Peasants use Squire. Laugh out loud. Bum Papa. Epiphone users unite. Yes, power to the people. I use Epiphone. Okay, this has gone off the rails really nicely. Oh boy. All right, next one here. From Iron Knight. He goes, "Hey, Dr. Falk. Hey, Iron Knight. On your model of the Ark of the Covenant, I noticed you have pomegranates engraved on the sides of the Ark. Why are there, and do you believe there were pomegranates engraved on the Ark?" No, I don't believe that they were pomegranates engraved on the Ark. Here's the issue, though. Okay? We know that there would have had to have been something on the sides of the Ark. For a couple reasons. One, it's aesthetics. Okay? Now, one of the things we have to understand about ancient craftsmen is they were really kind of rubbish at making a completely flat surface. Okay? You go and to the Egyptian Museum and you look at the boxes, and one of the things you notice is they're kind of wonky. Okay? Now, some of that is dehydration of the wood over millennia. Some of it is just not so great craftsmanship because they had not so great tools. Okay? So a lot of the use of decorative motifs on the side of furniture was to mask the fact that the surface isn't perfectly flat. In fact, if you see a surface that's perfectly flat, Ron Wyatt chariot wheels, it's probably a forgery. Okay? So, knowing then that there had to have been something on the sides of the Ark, and the Bible doesn't tell us what was put on the sides of the Ark, it comes down to then guesswork. And then guesswork, then you're going to have to go, okay, what's possible? And tires and chariots laugh. So is pomegranates possible? Yes, it's a possibility. We do know the pomegranate motif was used in the tabernacle. So that's possible. And it's, how I would say it, it's the most conservative possibility, which is why we chose it. Okay? There could have been writing on the side. Okay? Stuff such as, "This is a holy object of the Lord." Something like that. There could have been...
Moses was here.
Yeah, Moses was here. There could have been cherubim on the side of the Ark. That's possible too. In fact, that's probably the most likely possibility. But that's also, you would also have to account for certain structural changes to the arc too to do that. A message: do not touch. Well, it was permissible to touch the ark under circumstances. It's not something that you weren't allowed to touch. It's you weren't allowed to touch it if you weren't properly prepared for it. Mama says also almond blossoms. Yep. Yeah, they could be. That's a possibility too. So this is why we chose pomegranates. It's the most conservative possibility while acknowledging something had to have been on the side. So I'm not saying it is pomegranates. I'm just saying that's the most conservative possibility while still acknowledging that there's something on there. So let's see what I see here. There was some comment here I saw. Now I can't see it for some reason. Okay. Ryan Cohen Camp goes, just once. Well, actually, people had touched the Ark of the Covenant. The Philistines touched the Ark. They lived. They hurt. They suffered for it, but they lived. So people did touch the Ark sometimes. Now, in the case of, say, Uzzah was a special case because he had done two offenses. People who got zapped, usually it was because of a double offense of some kind. It's one of those things where you just didn't get zapped for one thing. You might have got a slap on the wrist, and frankly, what happened to the Philistines was kind of a slap on the wrist. But the people at Beit Shemesh also looked into it, and they got struck blind, and some of them killed. Now, why did the guys at Beit Shemesh who are supposed to be Jews, why did they get struck down? But the Philistines, they just got uncomfortable seating for a few weeks. The reason why is the Philistines didn't know better. They had the ark, they looked into it, they saw it was doing bad things, and they sent it on its way. In the most respectful way that they knew. They put it on a ox cart, with 2 milk cows that had never pulled a load. It was really important that they didn't pull a load, because they're not ritually defiled. That was what sort of saved their bacon. So the Philistines, even though they had touched the ark, they suffered a lot less than the Israelites at Beit Shemesh, who saw the ark, recognized the ark, knew what the ark was, popped the lid off, and looked inside. So not everyone who touched the ark got killed. Not by a long shot.
But that doesn't make Hollywood movies.
It doesn't make good Hollywood movies. Yes, I agree. Okay, moving on. Next one here is from Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He says, if the Egyptians didn't consider virginity a priority, and they did they have issues with paternity? Why or why not? Sometimes they did. There were issues of paternity in ancient Egypt. It wasn't a widespread problem, though, for a couple of reasons. Uh, Virginity was not considered a priority, but marriage was. Okay? So here's kind of the situation. Your first marriage was arranged, in all likelihood. Mom and dad is going to arrange a good mating for you, and that's your first marriage. And let's say that doesn't work out. Okay? Then you got the option of remarriage. And there was a lot of remarrying in Egypt. So, if there's a lot of remarrying, virginity doesn't become so much of an issue. But most children in Egypt were married under wedlock. Or, sorry, were born under wedlock. So, while there was promiscuity in Egypt, definitely was, there no question about it. A lot of children were still married within wedlock, so paternity was not always so much an issue. It was easy to track down parents back then. I mean, even those women who were, say, workers of the night, okay? They had a limited clientele. And they had a limited clientele because people didn't move around much. It's the same customers night after night. So, Mama says here, monogamy within a married relationship was probably much more important than having never had relations with anyone before. Yeah, that's more or less it. Yeah, monogamy within marriage was more important than basically never having relations with anyone before. And that's sort of the attitude within Egypt. So that's probably the best way to sum it up. So lack of virginity did not mean premarital sex. Okay, lack of virginity means it just wasn't valued. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, and next one here. Is from Messianic Helmet for $5. Thank you for the super chat. For which kingdom have we discovered more detailed records about wars and administration, Egypt or Assyria? Oh, no question, Assyria. Absolutely, we know much more about Assyrian bureaucracy, wars, who won, who lost, who were the combatants. Assyria kept really good records of its campaigns. We have actually got more texts from Mesopotamia than we do from Egypt. And it's not a small number. It's a large number. 90% of the texts that we have from the ancient Near East are from Mesopotamia. The remaining 10% are from Egypt. Okay? So, we know a lot about Assyrian governance. We know a lot about Assyrian wars, conquests, who won, who lost, that sort of thing. We know what years it took place. So a lot of these were recorded in things such as chronicles, historical prisms, votive texts that were placed behind temple walls. Like, they were actually, some of these texts were inscribed maybe in rock or clay, and then the clay was baked, and it was placed behind a temple wall where it was sort of sealed in by the wall. So yeah, there was we have a lot more detailed records about the wars and administration of Assyria than we do, say, of Egypt. And again, it's not even a small difference. It's a huge difference. So hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. All right, next one here is also from Messianic Telemed for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Israelites and Philistines were fighting over the Shephelah. Yep, they were. Were the Syrians and Israelites fighting over the Bashan and kingdom expansion? Yep, they were doing that too. Now, they weren't. The war was not as long and not as protracted, and part of the reason why the Syrians at that point were a scattered group of city-states. Okay, what you're talking about here during the period of the judges and Joshua and the judges is the remnants of the Mitanni Empire. Mitanni had fallen apart into what was called the Aramean states, or sometimes post-Mitanni states. And these were a collection of city-states that were each ruled by its own king. The largest of which was Aram Damascus, which is known in the biblical text as Aram Naharaim. Okay? And there was attempts by Aram Naharaim, Aram Damascus, to expand into Bashan and into the Canaan region. So absolutely there was attempts by the Syrians to do this, but after they were repelled, the Aramean states really had to sort of focus on their own problems as such. So in that respect, that is a it wasn't as big of a problem for the Israelites, except for in that one sort of situation with Kushan Rashathaim. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay. Okay, next one here is from Golden Wind. Why didn't ancient Israelites have a lot of stele? You spelled stele wrong. It's Stele in their land of major events, and also the law of Moses. Okay. Here's the thing. They did. They weren't supposed to. Okay. Now, the ancient Israelite word for stele is matzebot, standing stone. We translate it in standing stones. So when you look in the Bible and you see the word standing stone, that's matzebot, that means stele. Okay? And Israelites had their own kind of stele. The problem was they didn't normally survive very well. Most of the standing stones, the matzebot, were covered in plaster and painted on with ink, not carved. Okay? This is why Egyptian stele last forever. This is why we still have them today, is because the Egyptians carved them into stone. The Israelites carved very few of their stele, like the Tel Dan stele. That's carved. That's why we can read it today, is because the Tel Dan stele is actually incised into stone, and it's beautifully incised. But they put a lot of effort into that. Most of the time when the Israelites did a stele, they just erected a rock or a stele, painted it with plaster, covered it with plaster, painted it on with ink, and said, hey, we're done. And then, of course, the rains came along and just washed it all away. Yeah, good going, guys. That's why we don't have many stele from Israel today. It's because they used plaster and ink instead of carving it into the stone. So it sucks. It really sucks. But that's what we have. So hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Golden Wind asks, in your opinion, best places to dig in Israel for potential to discover Old Testament manuscripts? Desert. Deserts. Here's the problem with Israel. It rains. Rains a lot. You don't think of Israel as a rainy place. It's one of the reasons why I don't like doing digs in Israel. Because ultimately you're going to be digging in some mud. I do not like digging in mud. I do not like digging in wet dirt. It's awful. It feels terrible on the hands. Doesn't do good things for my eczema either. Okay. I like sand. Sand is nice. Sand feels clean. I like sand. Sand is good. Sand preserves things. So, the reason why we have the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's the Dead Sea Scrolls isn't the only place we found it. These scrolls, we also found some at the Wadi Murabat, sorry, at the Wadi Murabat. So some Old Testament scrolls have been found in places other than the Dead Sea, the Dead Sea caves. So the best place that people are going to find these is where it's dry, bone dry, the Negev, essentially. So, Jack Ray, I don't like sand. Yeah, Anakin speaks. Milo asks an interesting question here. I found a bone stuffed into a crevice. Should I get my crew out there to dig into the cliffside? It depends on your local laws. Follow your local laws. Some places, if you find a bone stuffed in a crevice, it's fine to dig. Some places it is, some places it isn't. Know your local laws and regulations. There's some places that if you find a fossil in a cliffside, you can dig it out. If there's some places, if you find like in Israel, if you find a potsherd on the surface, it has no archaeological value and you can take it home. You can dig it out and take it home. In Egypt, you can't. That's illegal in Egypt, but it's legal in Israel. So you have to consult your local laws. Always. And you've got to be careful with what kind of bone it is, too. If it's a human bone,
then you have to also look.
Then things get messy. It gets messy fast. So you kind of got to know what kind of bone it is. And should you take it with you? So, Bum Papa and Milo, what are you not telling us? Endergame goes, call law enforcement. You don't always have to call law enforcement for a human bone. Okay? It really depends where you are. Okay? I mean, I found a ball joint to a human femur once in Egypt. I'm not calling law enforcement for that. This thing is clearly 3,000 years old. Okay. I'm not gonna call human. I'm not gonna just leave it where it is and move on.
A lot of times and days.
Yeah, in some places in digs too, you can have the whole dig frozen if you find a human bone too. Yeah, like in Israel. Yeah, that's why they call them bananas. That's a real thing, by the way. Um, yeah, that's the real that was a real thing where archaeologists, if they find human bones in Israel in a dig, um, they will call them bananas because otherwise the religious authorities will stop the dig,
Yeah.
treat these dirty Philistines like they were Israelites. They'll take over the dig, they'll stop it, do religious ceremonies, they'll do their own sort of mini excavations of the dig and rip up the whole site, looking for dead Israelites. And it can be really, really awful. Ah, Mama says, Doc, Milo is almost done with Reliquary of the Dead. Cool. Cool. I hope he leaves a review. But yeah, if you find a bone, it depends on the bone. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. And it depends on your local jurisdiction. So, hope that helps. All right, next one here. Harry asks, are there more males than females on YouTube? Why or why not? I have no idea. I have no idea the percentages of males versus females on YouTube. Um, I think it's actually more females at the moment, to be honest. Um, it's closer split than say something like TikTok. TikTok has like like 70-80% females. So a lot of this will depend upon the social media service. And again, it just depends upon what people are consuming on those services. So Milo goes, I was referencing the book, Doc. Okay. Um Yeah, but he's an archaeologist on a planet with no laws. Pull out the book here if I have it. Yeah. Pierre Goulet is on a planet. There's no archaeological laws. He can pretty much do what he wants archaeologically. So so yeah, in Pierre's case, yeah, there's lots he can do a lot of archaeology because no laws. If there's no laws, there's no law broken.
Dawson says, dynamite.
Dynamite. Yeah, dynamite.
Still a very bad idea, even if there aren't laws against it.
Yeah, it's still a bad idea if there isn't laws against it. Oh yeah. Yeah, the guy who decided to dynamite the back of the Sphinx. Woo. Woo.
Right? You're on a planet where there are no laws. Are you an outlaw?
Jack Ray goes, if you're on a planet where there are no laws, are you an outlaw? Mama says C4. C4. Archaeology and C4 don't mix. Oh boy. Okay, let's move on here. Just go to the RDX. Yeah. Hey, you got to find those tunnels in the Sphinx. That's what dynamite's for. Finding tunnels. Milo goes, I want to be like Pierre, but paleontology. Minus the humiliation, the theft, the exile. Yeah, we kind of all wished that was the case. Oh boy. All right. That was good times. Good times. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much for your generosity to the channel. We really appreciate it. Okay. Yeah. All right, next one here. Golden Wind. What's with the optic and hostility between Eastern Orthodoxy and Protestants online? Oh boy. It seems like many don't consider other traditions as Christian. It's truly disheartening that mere Christianity isn't a common ground. Oh, I so get it. I so get it. Um, and I'm looking at this situation and I'm just shaking my head. It's just now here's the source of the hostility. Uh, there has been an influx of conversions from Protestantism to Eastern Orthodoxy. Catholicism is getting bypassed here somewhat. There's more converts from Protestantism to Eastern Orthodoxy than there is to Roman Catholicism. And I'm not going to say whether that's a good or a bad thing. But a lot of this has been antagonized by the Orthobros. Now, the Orthobros are they're basically taking Protestant apologetics, converting to Eastern Orthodoxy, have a surface layer understanding of Eastern Orthodoxy, and then go on these inflammatory tirades. And the Orthobros have antagonized the Protestant apologists, and the Protestant apologists sort of just fall into it, and it's a mess. It is an absolute mess. And both sides are kind of talking past each other. Both sides are strawmanning each other. Both are using composition fallacies. It's bad. It's bad. And I think a little bit of sanity has to come back into this. Okay? And I'll say this. I'm no fan of either. I am not a fan of either Eastern Orthodoxy or Protestantism. They both have their good sides and bad sides. But at least if we are treating each other with respect, with the maximum amount of generosity, and the love of Christ, then we can talk the issues through. So, I think there's I mean, frankly, there's more common ground between Eastern Orthodoxy and Protestantism than there is between Protestantism and Catholics. The problem is the Eastern Orthodox don't understand that. And the Protestants don't understand it either. So, Dr. Martinez says, as an Orthodox, I hate getting associated with Dyer all the time. I don't blame you. The dude's obnoxious. The dude is absolutely obnoxious. Hey, look, I mean, I get Orthobros attack me all the time. You know, it's just something that, and I'm not hard. I'm not especially harder on the Orthodox than I am on the Catholics or the Protestants. But boy, I mean, the last time I got basically a guy attacking me who was an Orthobro was basically attacking me on the basis of the early Exodus date. That's not even a Eastern Orthodox dogma. And he just went spare on me. So it's like, dude, It's like crazy. Of course, this guy got most of his information from AI. So, oh boy. But yeah, I mean, they have made the orthobros have made the Orthodox look bad. Just like you get some Protestant apologists who make Protestants look bad. So it's not something this is not a problem that's confined to Orthodoxy, but um yeah, CPM versus DOS. EO is mostly late date if you ask, laugh out loud. If you ask, they're not even aware of it. Most of them aren't even aware of that there's an issue here.
No.
And in fact, I will say this.
To their credit. To their entire credit.
If you ask most Orthodox, what is the date of the Exodus? Most of them will say, what's an Exodus? Most of them will say, what's the Exodus? I will say this about a lot of Eastern Orthodox. They are terribly ignorant about their Old Testament. Terribly ignorant about their Old Testament. Milo says, getting data on any Exodus date from an AI is shameful. Yeah, it is. It's pretty bad. Dr. Martinez, I'd imagine that Orthobro comes from a fundamentalist tradition and has yet to let go of it. Oh, yeah. But I think that's a lot of it. A lot of Orthobros were converts. They haven't been enculturated into Eastern Orthodoxy. They are bringing in Western methods of engagement. They don't understand the breadth of Orthodoxy. Like, here's one of the things you have to understand about Orthodoxy is it's incredibly broad. It doesn't have a magisterium. It's not like Catholicism. You know, Catholicism has a magisterium, which is basically, think of it kind of like a monarchy of priests. Roman Catholicism is a monarchy of priests. Okay? Eastern Orthodoxy is more like a debate club. It's basically hundreds of opinions that if you have the time to read them all, good luck on that. You're supposed to come to a consensus of tradition. That's where sort of things get sticky with Orthodoxy, is where do you find that consensus? Because it's all over the map. So, yeah, Dr. Martinez says, I don't think most people realize that Orthodoxy isn't a centralized institution like the Catholic Church. Bingo. Yep. I think you nailed I think you hit the proverbial nail on the head there. I think that's what most people get wrong about Orthodoxy. It isn't centralized. It doesn't even have centralized doctrine other than what you find in the councils. Okay? And really only the 7 ecumenical councils. And some of the ecumenical councils are up for debate. Like most Orthodox communions these days reject the Julian calendar that was part of the Second Council of Nicaea as the absolute true day, the true calendar. So, you know, and things change even in Orthodoxy. So, yeah, people don't understand, especially Westerners who are used to things such as doctrinal statements, catechisms. I mean, you can go to any Protestant church practically and get a doctrinal statement, or find out what their catechisms are, like the Heidelberg Catechism, the Book of Concord. You know, these sort of big, robust doctrinal statements, like the Westminster Confession. And And they then you can quote things out of those confessions and say, oh, I know what the doctrine of this church is. You can do that with Western churches. It's real easy to do. You can take statements, pontifical statements, and say, oh, this is what the Roman Catholic Church believes, until it's overturned by the next pope. But the current pope, whatever he is, will make a statement, and that's what the church believes. Within certain limits, of course. But you can't do that with orthodoxy. You can't pick out a church father, quote mine him, and say this is what orthodoxy believes. Because there might be 10 other fathers out there that believe something else. So there's no centralization in orthodoxy. It's an amorphous thing. So
Thomas comment. There is no perfection on earth. He ascended into heaven.
Yeah. Mama says, there's no perfection on earth. He ascended to heaven. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, that's the reason why we can't sort of, easily nail down orthodoxy. There are things they believe. There are things they believe strongly. Absolutely strongly. They, as a whole, they reject the filioque. Okay? Or filioque. Okay, I don't know how to pronounce it, but in the creed. Okay, they reject that really strongly. They are strong Trinitarians. They do believe in salvation by grace through faith. There are things that they absolutely believe very, very strongly.
They so strongly believe in salvation by grace.
Mm-hmm.
They look at Protestants who their venerating of the saints like the Protestants are insane. Because it's so far removed from what they believe.
Yeah. Dr. Martinez says, we really hate Unitarians in Orthodoxy. Well, I can see. That's very, very clear. They are Unitarians are heretics. There's no question about it. Andrew Graham goes, don't you have to go through baptism and Sunday school again if you want to join Eastern Orthodox churches? No, you don't. A lot of Eastern Orthodox churches will accept a baptism, an existent baptism. Now, there is a caveat, okay? They might have you go through a chrismation again, or a chrismation if you have not gone through one already. Now, what is a chrismation? I love this term, chrismation.
I hadn't heard it to this whole thing.
If you've been a Roman Catholic and gone through confirmation, you have been through a chrismation. Okay? You don't know it yet, probably because you've never heard the term, but you've been through one. Okay? So you don't need to go through Sunday school again. You don't need to go through baptism again if it's a valid baptism by a Trinitarian church. Okay? They might ask you to do a chrismation. And what this is when they take holy oil and they draw the cross on your forehead. That's what a chrismation is. Because their baptisms include chrismation. Now, some churches, like the Free Methodist Church, do baptism and chrismation at the same time. Some churches don't. So this is one of the reasons, like, for example, when I perform a baptism, and I have performed a baptism in a pool in Egypt, beside the Nile. It was totally awesome.
But not in the Nile.
Not in the Nile,
Because
that would be a hospital trip.
you and that person would have met Jesus.
We would have met so much soon. We would have met Jesus so much sooner if we'd done the baptism in the Nile. No, we don't do the baptism in the Nile, but the swimming pool beside the Nile. Okay. When I did the baptism on our last trip to Egypt, we did the baptism and I did a chrismation. And I did the chrismation so that if she decided to go to some other church or communion, I don't know what churches she's going to go to after this, her baptism will be accepted. So, uh, but yeah, you don't have to go through baptism and Sunday school again if you want to join Neo Church. It's just they will put you through what's called a catechetical teaching if you have no experience with Christianity at all. Okay, they will have say, and this is not dissimilar to a membership process, to be honest. So they will baptize you, chrismate you, and put you through a Sunday school if you have no experience with Christianity. Like this is what they did to what's his name, apostate prophet, when he went from atheism to Christianity. He joined an Eastern Orthodox church. They put him through. They made him a catechumen, and they made him a catechumen, which is basically you're apprenticing to be a Christian. So, they baptized, chrismated, and they put him through a catechumen, a Sunday school course, as it were. But that's because he was a Muslim who became an atheist, who then converted to Eastern Orthodox. So,
I just wanted to see if he had the basis.
Yeah, they want to make sure he has the basis and understands the faith well enough to accept the cost. So, yeah, Mama says, last week was exploration of Mennonite beliefs. This week, Eastern Orthodox. Yeah, that's what we can do here. We can do that on this channel because we don't commit to any one view. Because we don't commit to any one view here of Christianity, we are free to explore these congregations and to see, which ones do what. And I think that's really cool that we can actually talk about this.
And we have people of all faiths.
Yeah, and we have people of all faiths within our community too,
including people who are genuine curious atheists.
Well, what I think is hysterically wild is that on Monday's video, people are attacking me as if I believe in the veneration of saints. I'm just defending it. And then next week I'll probably defend something else. You can steel man and defend any argument just for the sake of defending it. I mean, Voltaire. I mean, this was a very famous tactic by Voltaire. He defended a certain religious family.
Oh.
Now, he did it for the most jaded reasons, which was for let's just say the 18th century equivalent of cliques. Okay? He did it for his own popularity. Okay? But he went to bat defending their views and pumping up their religious views. He didn't believe in those views at all. But he defended them. And CPM versus DOS. That's very Voltaire. Yeah, it is very Voltaire.
When they watch your videos but didn't understand the assignment.
Yeah. Pom Papa, when they watch your videos but didn't understand the assignment. Dr. Martinez says, and if you want to know more about Orthodoxy, I'm also here. Well, you know what? I studied Orthodoxy for 20 years. I had it in my family, and I was interested in it. I mean, frankly, I was very interested in Orthodoxy. I wanted to be more. I was more interested in it from the outside, where, because I had family relatives, a lot of family who were Orthodox, and So I studied it for 20 years. I was going to be a patristic scholar, so it behooved me to really know it well. So, um, it's one of those things where I had to know it really, really well, understand the view, because I was going to become a church historian of early church history. That was where my focus was. And then the guy I was supposed to study under got a nervous breakdown, and I couldn't study under him. So I mean, I spent a lot of time learning their theology. So and not from a tourist point of view. So I had both the leg in. I had been through to many um, Orthodox services because of the relatives. Got to talk to, you know, many Orthodox priests. Still friends with many of them. So, um, so I mean, it is something you can learn. It just takes time, and I don't think a lot of people have taken the time to do it. So, if you take 20 years to learn about Orthodoxy, yeah, you might know something about it. Okay? But a lot of converts don't. So, I'm very cautious um about a lot of people who say volunteer to teach about Orthodoxy, because a lot of them, it's complicated. That's what I'll say. It's a very, very nuanced and very complicated. Yeah, well, Jerry Dyer puts a lot of people off, even within Orthodoxy. Jay Dyer tries to uh, reduce it to stupid simplicity. Bomb Papa. I suspect they watched up to the first point that triggered them. Then, yeah, well, some of them. We had a few people, storm out the room, say that they love my content, but they could not be subscribed to my channel anymore. Okay, bye bye. It's like for explaining a view, you're just gonna storm out. Um. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're gonna basically hang around my channel as long as I agree with you. Okay. Whatever. Okay, fun times. Fun times. All right, let's move on here. Harry Stark asks, if someone would spread lies about Julius Caesar in a book, would that count as defamation and a criminal offense? No, it wouldn't. I'm not a lawyer, but a defamation charge has to be against somebody who can um, have financial damages from a defamation. Okay? You could still defame a dead person, but that's not a crime. That's not a criminal offense because there's no damages there. Because there's no damages, there's no crime. So, no, it wouldn't be a crime. Dr. Martinez asks, would you do a Mr. Empty Conjecture episode on different theories of origins? Yeah, we might consider it. That'd be fun. Yeah. I mean, there's very few of those I haven't missed, so yeah, sure. We might be able to do it. Bomb Papa. Because who needs nuance? Dumb old nuance. Nuance just gets in the way. It's so obnoxious. Oh boy. That's yeah. But people treat engagement of other faiths like that. Well, you don't need any nuance. You don't need to understand the subtleties of things. It's just Mama goes to Bomb Papa here. Nuance is for hippies and commies. Oh boy. Yeah, but when you talk about polemic apologetics, yeah, that's kind of the attitude, is that nuance is for hippies and commies. No, nuance is important. You need nuance. That's how you get to the truth of something. Is through its nuance. All right, next one here. Harry Stark. Which authors from the 21st century produced great fiction from a Christian worldview besides David himself? G.K. Chesterton. Absolutely read more G.K. Chesterton. He did fantastic, interesting work. If you want to read the original book of 1984 before George Orwell wrote 1984, you've got to read G.K. Chesterton's The Napoleon of Notting Hill. Okay? Read The Napoleon of Notting Hill, which is actually set in 1984. This is where George Orwell got his idea for 1984. Is from
Orwell credited him?
I don't know if he credited him, but yeah, it was obvious where he got it from. Read The Napoleon of Notting Hill. It's like Idiocracy, and oh yeah, it definitely predates Brave New World. Yeah, he does. CPM versus DOS. Does it predate Brave New World? Yes, it does. It predates 1984. It predates Brave New World. It's it's in Notting Hill. Yeah, it takes place. Yeah. Mr. Ice Rat says, I saw a second story video on Napoleon of Notting Hill a few days ago. Yeah, I saw that too. It's a good video, but the book's good too. Yeah, the book is excellent. We should be reading a lot more Chesterton. Chesterton had an insane amount to say. An insane amount to say. But read the book. Read the book. I mean, it's a crazy book. So yeah, I would say read a lot more G.K. Chesterton. A lot more G.K. Chesterton. Thomas Hall says, Chesterton was the C.S. Lewis of C.S. Lewis, if that makes sense. Yeah, that does. That's actually a good way of putting it. Yeah, he was the C.S. Lewis of C.S. Lewis. He was a contemporary with Dorothy Sayers, who's also pretty good. But G.K. Chesterton had a lot of religious themes in his books. And he was such a creative writer, too. And his turns of phrase are just gold. Absolute gold. You know, whenever I say there's one Christian author we should be reading a lot more of, it's G.K. Chesterton. Very, very clever writer. Just a very clever writer. Yeah, Father Brown's another one of his works. It's very good. And he wrote all sorts of different kinds of books. You know, he wrote mysteries. He wrote suspenses. He wrote dystopian fiction. He wrote fantasy. The dude was just incredibly talented. And as I said, the way he constructed language was just phenomenal. So, yeah, that's what I would say. If there's one author that I think we should be reading more. Now, the question here says from the 21st century. He lived in the 20th century. Now, I don't think the 21st century has produced a great fiction of a Christian worldview yet. Okay? I think we're still waiting for that to happen. We're about a quarter of the way through the 21st century. And in some respects right now, we're kind of at a trough of good literary fiction, of good fiction in general. This is why I've started taking up fiction, is because a lot of it I've read hasn't been good. And I have read, I will say this. Indie fiction is highly variable. Some of it's very good. Some of it is very poor. Most of it's better than what trad publishing is producing at this point. Okay? So, Bomb Papa says, can't lie, still like Frank Peretti. I don't like Frank Peretti. It's not that I don't like his ideas, it's I don't like his writing. I don't think he's a great writer. I mean, my philosophy of writing is writing should be like a warm blanket. It should cover you and sweep you up into another world. That's what I think good writing should do. It shouldn't be purple prose, so it throws you out of the world. You shouldn't be thrown out of the blanket. Okay? Because that gets kind of rough. It shouldn't proselytize either. And it shouldn't smother you either. So I think good writing is like a warm blanket. You wrap yourself in it, you're transported to a new world, and you are just going through the world. Now, the world can be nasty, absolutely nasty, but it should take you through it. It should draw you through that world. Papa. Oh, darn. Now I'm going to have to unsubscribe. You don't agree with me. I do appreciate that you're joking here, okay? But hey, we've had people want to unsubscribe over pineapple pizza. I will still die on the hill that pineapple pizza is great pizza. You like mushroom? Unsubbed. I like mushrooms too. Mushrooms are delicious. Mushrooms. We had mushrooms on our pizza tonight. Mushrooms and sausage. And orange bell pepper. That's what was our pizza tonight. But I do love mushrooms. Love all sorts of mushrooms. Yellow, white button, chanterelle, the black fungus, lion's mane, enoki, king mushrooms. They're all good. They're all delicious. In fact, one of the things I really love is a wild mushroom pizza. Just pizza covered with wild mushrooms. Maybe some sausage. Okay, we'll throw in some sausage too. But a wild mushroom pizza with lots of sausage on it. It's so good. Oh my gosh. Oh, so good. Mama asks, truffles? I am actually not a huge fan of truffles. Okay. I love mushrooms in general. Okay. Morels. Oh, morels are gorgeous. They're nutty and, oh my gosh, so tasty. Truffles taste like dirt.
very, very expensive dirt.
Yeah. Truffles taste like dirt. Very, very expensive dirt. Um, no one knows the truffles I've seen. Whoa, whoa, bad pun.
Dawson says, "Would I have disliked Mana then?" Probably.
CPM versus DOS. Would I have disliked Mana? Well, it said that Mana tastes like coriander and honey. So you probably wouldn't have disliked Mana. It just would have been different. It wouldn't have been like your traditional black or white truffle. It would have been sort of it would be a different kind of desert truffle. Jack raises, that's it. Mushrooms are horrible. Time to unsubscribe. Bomb Papa says, I would tear up a morel pizza. Oh, yeah. Morels are just gorgeous. I mean, their reputation's deserved. Just really, really deserved. Annie Manil, truffles taste like old socks. See this. Mama goes, I agree. Truffles have rarely impressed me by adding flavor to something. Yeah, I had quote, truffle oil isn't truffle, it's like gasoline. So don't compare truffle oil to truffles. Here's the difference. Truffle oil tastes like gasoline. Truffles taste like dirt. Morels are delicious. As I said, shiitake are delicious. Most mushrooms are exceptionally delicious. Just truffles are not one of them I like.
Andrew, I've tasted dirt. I don't.
Mama goes, I normally love Gouda cheese. Walmart had some clearance sliced truffle infused Gouda cheese. It was disgusting. I had it in that too. I've tried that. Yeah, that's disgusting. It's like you've taken a perfectly good Gouda and you added dirt to it. That's uh Bubble Trouble says, I forgot what are truffles. Truffles are a fungus that are found at the base of certain oak trees. And they're usually harvested using pigs. Because they release a smell that's similar to female mating pheromones. So yeah, it's just yeah, truffles are not. I just do not get into truffles. And they're super expensive.
I mean, some in France.
Oh yeah, yeah. Pound, ounce. Yeah, $500 an ounce. Bomb Papa says, truffles taste like the smell of your fingers when your guitar strings are corroded. Ooh, surprisingly accurate. Jack Ray, truffles plus brie, the perfect storm of puke. I can see that because truffles would add dirt flavor to the already earthy taste of brie rind. Now, I like brie. Love brie. I will eat brie all day long. I find brie to be delicious. And I'll even eat the rind. But adding truffles to that would not be good. That'd be such a bad combination. But then again, too, I like the fungus that's on that ages brie too. It's very good on salami. It adds a really nice note to salami. I forget what the name of the fungus is that they use for brie, but that fungus is is used for curing all sorts of different foods: brie, camembert, chaus, sausages. Really, really good. What's this?
Mama, not just stinky feet cheese, but dirty.
Well, it says not just stinky feet cheese, but dirty, stinky feet cheese. I have had talking about stinky cheese. Um, Saint Augers is a soft cheese. Smells awful. Holy crow, does that smell bad? But it tastes wonderful. It's it's a creamy brie-like cheese. Beautiful flavor. Um, a little nutty, like what's it called now? Like Swiss cheese. But sweet like a camembert. Dang, it smells so bad. So bad. Milo Mortimer says pepper jack is so good for grilled cheese with lots of butter. Brie is good for grilled cheese. Brie is awesome for grilled cheese. Uh, I actually like brie on grilled cheese sandwiches. It's delicious. It's soft and it's um it's so warm and oh my, it's really nice. Brie is really nice. The only problem with brie is it's normally too expensive for doing grilled cheese sandwiches. Now I will say this: if you can get it on sale in the wheels, it can be affordable at that point. So, Bubble Trouble asks, I can never understand how people eat horrible smelling cheeses that smell as if Satan himself sat on it for an eon and not gag at the thought of eating it. You just you sort of plug your nose and try it. And sometimes it's worth it. Now I have had stinky cheese that wasn't worth it. Okay? So, sometimes it's hits, sometimes it's miss. But I've um oh, Laughing Cow is awful. Ugh. Um, but Limburger is actually not as bad as most people say it is. I've had Limburger. Limburger's not that awful. It's not the worst smelling cheese I've ever smelled. Not by a long shot. Yeah, Limburger can be really, really tasty. Bum Papa goes, I like baked brie. Yeah, baked brie's delicious. Oh my gosh. Um, there are some wine-soaked cheeses that are also excellent baked. So, Truth Defenders asks a question here, and you should put a Q and a colon in front of your question. Otherwise, we don't normally see it. I just happen to see this. So, just a reference in the future. Have you done or will you do a stream explaining what exactly you criticized, got wrong on Eastern Orthodoxy? Well, we've covered it in past live streams. There's things I do think they get wrong. I think one of the biggest weaknesses of Eastern Orthodoxy is the energy essence distinction when applied to the transubstantiation. I think that's one of the biggest problems in Orthodoxy. And I think that resulted from the Synod of Jerusalem, where they finally came down on the idea of transubstantiation as normative. And
He's talking about.
Oh, you mean the panels? Sorry. Have you done or will you do a stream? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I see. A stream explaining exactly what the panel you criticized got wrong on Eastern Orthodoxy. Here's the thing. I don't really want to do that video unless I'm forced to do it. Okay? I don't want to ruin these guys. Okay? Because it was bad. It was really bad. Let me put it to you, it's like this. If I do a popcorn on something, it's kind of like I'm bringing out the nukes. Okay? I don't like to do that unless, I mean, unless I think there's a real good opportunity there to teach. There's certain things about, there's certain things about doing a critique video that you have to be very, very cognizant of. I mean, one, the length. All right. Now, generally, when we pick something for doing a critique video, we usually pick it between 30 minutes and 45 minutes, and that will usually end up being 2 hours of taping. Okay. Otherwise, it gets incredibly long, and then people just sort of tune out. We don't want that either. Okay. We try to keep our normal teaching videos to less than 20 minutes. And if we do, say, a popcorn review, we usually limit that to 2 hours. If I started going through everything the panel got wrong, it'd be long beyond that. Second of all, I'm not really keen to make enemies of these guys. Okay?
They usually do a good job.
They do a good job when they stay in their... Yeah. These guys do a good job when they stay in their wheelhouse. Okay? When they stay in their wheelhouse, they often do a very good job. But they've been dead wrong on this issue. Okay? Like I've said it before, I've already said, like the first guy on the panel, I don't even remember his name. You know, he's talking about presuppositional apologetics. He's a presuppositional apologist, but a Protestant one. He's a Calvinist a presuppositional apologist. And he attacks Eastern Orthodox presuppositional apologetics. And then, it's Eli? Okay. And then what happens is he makes the composition fallacy of, well, presuppositional Orthodox apologetics is wrong, therefore Eastern Orthodoxy is wrong. That's a classic composition fallacy. You're taking something specific and applying it to the general. That's a composition fallacy. Okay? So, if I was to do that through the entire video, you know, if they went for 5 hours, we would be doing this for a very, very, very long time. There's like in David Wood's presentation, wasn't really against Eastern Orthodoxy, it was against Orthobros. But most of what he said wasn't him saying it. It was reading off somebody else's work. That's plagiarism. That's not good either. So, there was other places I saw straw men. I saw a lot of conflation between Eastern Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism. Like there was one guy, I can't remember his name either, where he talks about the magisterium of Eastern Orthodoxy. Eastern Orthodoxy doesn't have a magisterium. It's never had a magisterium. So, you know, I don't want to do this video, all right? If I'm really sort of forced into a corner, I will. But it's something I don't want to do. So, I think it's enough that I call out that there has been a problem with that panel, and not just one person on that panel, but several people on that panel. So, again, I pray really, really hard before I do a popcorn review. Um, it has had negative effects on people's livelihoods. So again, I am very, very cautious before I do it. Even though our channel does not have a lot of subscribers, it has a lot of traction. So I'm very reticent to do this because I don't want to unnecessarily tear down brothers in Christ. And look, I would be doing this, I'd be having the same approach if an Eastern Orthodox panel went against Protestantism. I do the same thing here. So this is not a one-sided thing. So if an Eastern Orthodox panel went against Protestantism, I'd be calling them out too. So I'm unlikely to do it, as I say, unless I'm backed into a corner somehow. So Mama says, and I appreciate that about you, Doc. You could get a lot more traction if you did a lot more of the hit pieces, but you really only do it when it's necessary. And that's what my view on is on this. I only do it when it's necessary. So, Truth Defender says, okay, but if they are misleading with bad information, wouldn't it be good to correct them?
Which is why we're answering on what Eastern Orthodoxy actually believes, without attacking specific individuals.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why we did our Monday video. To be honest, we did the Monday video to actually set the record straight as to what they believe on, say, for example, just the small topic of veneration of the saints, without attacking the panel or even, say, Gavin per se. Okay? We tried to be very, very cautious here, even in, say, criticizing Gavin. Okay? Now, Gavin is a sort of made the content in such a way that it was easy to engage by doing a short like that. So we're very, very careful about how we do this. And yeah, sure, it would be good to correct all the misinformation out there. But I'm one person. I am one person with one small channel. My channel is only 18,000 subscribers. We're not a big channel. If all I did was go around correcting wrong information, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't stop correcting ever.
We believe.
Mama says, oh no, someone is wrong on the internet. Not every time someone is wrong does it need a rebuttal. Exactly, yeah.
What we try and do with this channel is present evidence.
Yeah.
Not gather clickbait.
Yeah.
Hence, we don't get a lot of clicks.
Yeah. Thomas Hall says, would correction be taken? Usually not. At least not in the short term. Yeah, and I think that's important to realize that you have to understand who is going to benefit from this. I mean, I could point out every logical fallacy throughout their presentation, and you know, it might get me a few more subs and a few clicks, but you know, it's a diminishing return. It's a diminishing return. So, Truth Defender says, "Thank you for replying. It's my pleasure. Yeah, I'm glad you actually came onto the live stream here, and we had the chance to talk about this because, I try to be very, very circumspect before I do something like this, because I know the power of doing it. So, okay. So let's move on here to the next question here.
You did notice Jeffrey posted.
What did I know? Didn't notice?
Jeffrey posted the director of your.
Yeah, we're gonna start. Thank you, Jack Ray, for posting the directory to The live streams are now going to be all indexed thanks to the work of Jack Ray. We can thank him for that wonderful project. We will start pitching it next week, though. When the next live stream goes
Yeah,
up.
he just posted it in the chat.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll be having Jack Ray's project formally in our description here so that everyone has access to it. But we're just not going to do it this week because I got the URLs of the sort of more completed project after we posted. So yeah, he did a really good job. It's a beautiful index and it solved a problem we've been having for years. Roland goes, which Eastern Orthodox jurisdiction do you have deep interest or Oriental Orthodox ones? Mostly Eastern Orthodox. I don't really get into Oriental Orthodox that much. That's what I found more interesting. That's sort of what's I mean, my family background is Mennonite and Eastern Orthodox, and I never was part of the Eastern Orthodox Church, but I was part of the Mennonites, so got very very close to them through relatives. Faith from Facts for $2 asks, "What are your thoughts on the harrowing of hell?" I don't even remember what that is. Let's just remind me what that is. Uh, okay. Okay, so the harrowing of hell is the period of time between the crucifixion and the resurrection. Um, here's what I would say about this. Um, the harrowing of hell is a good concept that's badly named. Okay, it should be the harrowing of Hades because Christ never descended to hell. Christ descended to Hades. Hell is the Latin term that means suffering. Okay? He basically descended to Hades after the crucifixion, preached to those in captivity, and set the captives free. Okay? So it's not really the harrowing of hell, it's the harrowing of Hades. But it's been called that because of our Western language as such. So it's I think it's a totally Christ did not suffer in Hades because suffering is for the cost of sin, and that was paid for on the cross. So that's what I would draw from that. So anyway, I hope that helps. That without something more specific, that's my general thoughts. I think it's a thing that Christ from the crucifixion descended to Hades, preached to the captives, set the captives free. He might have even told the ones across the Great Gulf that their fate's sealed. I mean, that's possible too. And then he and the captives rose to heaven. So I think that's a thing, but it did not happen in hell as such. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. All right, next one here. I want to thank Jack again for gifting the channel another 5 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity tonight, Jack. We really, really appreciate it. Andrew Graham, was Hagar a Muslim? No. She was an Egyptian. She was not a Muslim. Islam did not exist in the 17th century BC. Did not exist. Yes, the Quran says she was a Muslim. She's not a Muslim. It's stupid even to say she was a Muslim. She hitched a ride with Doctor Who. That's in the Quran, right? Yeah, sure. It's like, oh boy. Yeah, they claim everyone was a Muslim. Everyone they like. Moving on here. Darkboy asks, can animal bone be shaped into a lyre frame? The answer is yes, it can be. You can turn animal bone into a harp. It makes a perfectly suitable lyre frame as long as you got bones that are large enough. Or composite with wood. So if you composite it with wood or have large enough bones, you can absolutely make an animal bone lyre frame. It's totally possible to do. I'm not sure it's the best substance for that, but, you know, it'll hold a tension. And if you have it in a triangular configuration, yeah, sure, why not? It would work just fine. My Mortimer, that sounds so cool. Nice. All right, Matthew Harrell here for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Hello, Falk family. Well, hello, Matthew. I hope all is well. Blessings to you. I'm still here. I'm glad you're still here. Wonderful. Glad you pop in and say hi every so often. He says, that's all I have to say. I take my leave now. Good night. Well, good night. And thank you for continuing to support the channel through your super chats. We really appreciate you. And we hope you come back some more. You don't always have to put in a super chat. Just come on, say hello. We just like having you here. All right? So, thank you so very much. Dr. Martinez asks a question here. Who do we know more about, Egypt or Mesopotamia? Actually, Egypt. Okay? We've got more writing from Mesopotamia, but we know more about Egypt. Why? Archaeological preservation. The sites in Mesopotamia are not as well preserved as the ones in Egypt. We've got more material culture from Egypt, more temples from Egypt than we do from Mesopotamia. The desert environment in Egypt preserved a lot more material culture than was preserved in Mesopotamia. But Mesopotamia preserved a lot more things like receipts. So we got a better idea of what people bought in Mesopotamia. But we also have more idea of how people lived in Egypt. So it's a combination of things that determines how we arrive at knowledge about these cultures. And just in case of Mesopotamia, the writing gives us a good idea, but it's not as complete as, say, the material culture we find in Egypt, where we find people's houses, their goods, their rat traps, all that stuff. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Bubble Trouble asks, what is the biggest red flag to look out for when finding or watching an ancient Egypt documentary? Obsolete knowledge. It is by far obsolete knowledge. That's probably the biggest red flag. Okay? Are they using stuff, ideas, old chronologies? Are they using out-of-date information? Um, are they discussing theories that have been basically discredited for 30 years? If they're using out of date knowledge, then I would say this is something that would be very, very, um, um, say, a red flag. Okay. Now let me give you a contemporary example here. The Patterns of Evidence documentary uses the chronology of David Roll. Chronologists have known for a long time that that's not a valid chronology. A long time. Now, within the last 10 years, we've been able to absolutely prove it. But it's been known for a long time that it doesn't carry weight. So that's a red flag. Um, a a documentary where, say, the options are, say, reduced to a couple of a black or white thing, a bifurcation fallacy, is also a red flag. So if you hear on an Egypt documentary, this had to happen or this had to happen, that's a red flag, because there could possibly be a third option that happened. So whenever you're forced to choose between one of two things, that's a red flag. Obsolete information, that's a red flag. Things that are known to be incorrect at the time of filming is a red flag. So there is a lot of things you can look out for. And like if they're still using Usher's chronology, that's a red flag. Sorry. Budge. Yeah, if they're still
red flag.
yeah, if they're still using Budge, that's a red flag. Conspiracy theories. If the documentary is introducing a conspiracy theory, that's a red flag. Okay. If someone says, we don't know how the pyramids were built, must be aliens, that's a red flag. Another red flag is when you're brought onto a adventure. What I sometimes called adventure voyeurism. Okay, adventure voyeurism, where you are basically led down this sort of archaeological path of where you're searching for the truth and never find it. Martinez is very big on this. She makes these documentaries where she guides you down this archaeological path to find Cleopatra's tomb and never finds it. Ark of the Covenant specials are also notorious for this. Oh, we're going to take you on this grand adventure voyeurism of exotic churches and exotic temples and hidden caves to find the Ark of the Covenant, and then you don't find it. Could be. Al Capone's Vaults of Egypt. Yeah. Yeah, that's not so far from the truth. I heard a guy, who was supposedly somehow connected to the Temple Institute in Jerusalem. And he was asked, do Jewish leaders know where the Ark of the Covenant is? And he goes, all he said was, they know. Those who need to know. Okay, so you really don't know. You don't know. You're just sort of puffing it up to keep people donating. Yeah, don't. Bomb Papa takes you just far enough down the rabbit hole to not notice that it just lets you out where you started. Yeah. Yeah, it's the P.T. Barnum. It's the P.T. Barnum thing, where it just puts you on this big sort of circle, and until you hit the exit. It doesn't label it exit, and you find yourself outside the museum. Yeah, yeah. P.T. Barnum, a sucker's born every minute.
I do like A.J. Higgins. Don't know if you commented on that. On their red flags. Your Egyptologist isn't a fully credentialed.
Yeah, A.J. Higgins, composer, says, red flag, your quote, Egyptologist isn't a fully credentialed Egyptologist. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of people out there who pretend to be Egyptologists for videos that aren't Egyptologists. You've got Titus Kennedy pretending to be an Egyptologist sometimes. Scott Stripling pretends to be an Egyptologist sometimes. They're not Egyptologists in any sense of the term. You know, even Brian Wood is sometimes claimed to have been a Egyptologist, and he's not. So, um, so yeah, you get a lot of people out there faking to be Egyptologists because heck, what's there to know about Egypt anyway? You know, it's just pyramids and aliens.
Being an Egyptologist is a licensed credential.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you cannot call yourself a psychiatrist.
Yeah, you can't call yourself a psychologist without doing the terminal degree. You know, and most of those guys haven't done the terminal degrees.
I have an interest in Egyptology. I'm not an Egyptologist.
Yeah.
You are an Egyptologist.
Yeah, CPM versus DOS. Ron Wyatt just straight up paid some Arab dude to be an authority, laugh out loud. Yeah, he did. That's exactly what he did. Jack Ray, go to the Joseph Smith School of Hieroglyph Interpretation. Oh, yeah, that was something else, too. Yeah, it's really clear that Joseph Smith never understood hieroglyphs. He never understood how to read language.
And to their credit, scholars at Brigham Young University are in discussion with real Egyptologists.
Yeah, well, that's another matter. We won't get into that because it's more complicated than that. Milo Mortimer, I may know a lot about prehistoric life, but I'm no paleontologist. Yet I'm still more of a paleontologist than cough Brian Young cough. Yeah, that Brian Young video was rough. How that guy was ever allowed to teach children scares the heck out of me. Got almost everything wrong. So, okay, I see PA888 showed up here, so I've got that in mind. Okay, next, moving on here. Matthew Harrell for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Annika disagrees with your enjoyment of sand. I like sand. Sand feels good. Sand's nice.
Except at the beach.
Yeah, beach is kind of annoying, but Egyptian sand's really nice. You can clean your hands with it.
I don't know if you saw the $20 sponsor question.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I'm keeping the next one he will sponsor.
Did you see Jack Ray's Ron versus Brian Young dueling banjos?
Oh boy. Jack Ray, Bar Ron versus Brian Young dueling banjos. Ooh. Yeah. Fringe versus Fringe. Eesh. Next one here. Andrew Grimm actually asks a question that's probably more interesting than it seems at first blush. Does God divide as much as we do? God has divided humanity several times. You know, the whole Tower of Babel is a division of humanity. Why is it a division of humanity? Because it serves its purposes. There are times, there's one statement, I can't remember where in the Bible, where it says, you divide among yourselves, so that God may be glorified by, the truth.
Is that what he's saying, or is he asking if
Well, it has to do.
three persons of the
No. This is the question was in context. The original context was in question to the Orthodox Protestant debate. So, yeah, Andrew Graham says humanity would have stayed put if God had intervened, and that's absolutely true. Humanity would have stayed put. Because there's no incentive to go out into that brave, ugly world, that nasty, ugly world, if you didn't have the incentive to do it. Yeah, he says he meant within denominations. I do think God did play a role in the division of denominations. Because here's my view of the Holy Spirit. Okay, how do we know that the Holy Spirit acts? Through the controversies of the church. That's how the Holy Spirit acts in the church. Through its controversies, through its debates, and through its divisions. So when there's a debate that results in a division, the Holy Spirit does speak through that. And the Holy Spirit at that point is basically saying, okay, it's better for you guys to be set apart, that you may come to your own workings through the Holy Spirit. So, Jack Ray, the old divide and multiply. Well, you know what? It happens. It works as a strategy. You can't. I mean, works for bacteria. That's how bacteria multiply. Divide and multiply. So every church has gone through this, where there's a controversy, and there's debate and argument, and the Holy Spirit does act in that debate and argument, but there is also division too. Bomb Papa, destroy to create. Well, every church has a life cycle. Okay, we should talk about this a little more. Every church has a life cycle. Okay, no church lasts forever. No church lasts forever. Churches are born, they grow, they multiply, and they die. All of them do this. All churches go through that process. There's no church that lasts forever. And this is just the way of how churches do things. They're basically planted. That's the birth of a church. A church plant is the birth of a church. Then it grows in the congregation grows. Congregation gets too big. Then it splits. Or it sends out missionaries to plant new churches. Okay? This is how churches multiply, either through splits or through evangelization or missions work. Okay? So that's how a church multiplies. And then the church declines. Every church goes through a phase of decline. Goes through decline, old age, senility. It might accept sloppy doctrines. And then finally it dies. It's deincorporated. It gets mowed over by eminent domain. there's a lot of reasons why a church will die. I've seen churches die because it's decided to go liberal, and basically it went from a healthy, large congregation to 50 people, and when the trust funds ran out, the door shut down. I've seen churches die because the city put a freeway through it.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen.
That one was impossible to stop.
Yeah, you can't stop that. There's no way you can stop that. Okay? The Mennonite church that I was a part of, that's what happened to them. Is eminent domain put a freeway through it. I've seen churches die because the building burned down. I've seen churches die because of infighting. Holy crow! One set of infighting can destroy a church. I've seen a church split over a carpet issue.
Oh yeah.
The color of the carpet.
Color of the carpet.
Do we go with gray or do we go with pigeon?
It was that off pink.
Yeah, it's that pigeon color two-tone color. That gray and pink together versus just gray.
Seriously, yeah.
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 Yeah. So
Church split over.
yeah, church split over the color of the carpet. Little Trouble goes, what? Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. So oh look, we got a heretic in the chat.
I told him to sort his side. Like his sources.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, so every church does go through that process of birth, life, division, or multiplication, and death. Just this is true of every church. Okay, so let's move on here. And IC asks, how does the scholarly consensus view that Ecclesiastes is pseudepigraphy, not Solomonic authorship, affect your model of inspiration regarding human divine authorship and literary deception? It's not pseudepigraph. It's not pseudepigraphal. Here's the thing. With Ecclesiastes, Solomon is not claimed to be the author of the text. Many scholars have assumed that, but the text doesn't claim it. So, if it's the text says that the author is Kohelet. That's the name of the book. That's who it's named after, Kohelet. Who is Kohelet? He's the son of a king. We don't know which one. It could be any son of a king. So, you know. So it's basically saying this idea that it's one of these ideas that has been born out of bad Sunday school teaching. Oh my gosh. If I had $1 for every scholar that responds to bad Sunday school teaching like it was absolute fact, I'd be pretty wealthy. Okay. This is a case where the scholarly consensus view is responding to bad Sunday school theology like it's absolute fact. Ecclesiastes does not claim Solomonic authorship. It just doesn't. It claims to have been written by Kohelet, son of a king. Which king? We're not told. We don't know. We guess, some people guess it was Solomon because it's a very wise book, and it's a book full of wisdom. But we don't know this. so, so it's like, just because this, I mean, so in that respect, the consensus view that Ecclesiastes is pseudepigraphy is sort of ludicrous. It's absurd. It's an absurd claim because it's not something Ecclesiastes claims. You know, I mean, are they going to say there's no, there, you know, Kohelet is pseudepigraphy when we don't know who Kohelet is? Well, then how do you know it's pseudepigraphy if you don't know who Kohelet is? Oops. So, yeah, I'm just, yeah, ugh. So this doesn't affect my view of human divine authorship one bit, because it's not a literary deception, because it's not even making that claim. So I'm gonna I'm just gonna leave it at that, because it's just, you need to have a proper deception to deceive. If there's no lie there's no deception, and there's no pseudepigraphy. Pseudepigraphist then. Pseudepigraphy then. Okay, moving on. Ryan Cohenkamp asks, is the Nile dangerous, or is it the animals that are dangerous? Oh, it's the little itty bitty animals that are dangerous.
That has already been mentioned throughout.
It's not the big animals that are dangerous. It's the 50 plus parasites that live in the water. Everything from parasitic scales that crawl up your urethra to the bacterial parasites that will burrow into your skin.
They are little friends. No, they aren't.
Sepia versus DOS. But they are my little friends. Only if you really want to get sick for a really long time. Jack Ray says, Niall, say hello to my little friends. Yeah. It's the no-see-ums. Gotcha. That get you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's why that's why you don't drink from the Nile. That's why you don't bathe in the Nile. And what happens is, if you do and you get sick, which is a huge possibility, because people forget that the Nile is Africa's toilet, you're going to go to the hospital, and they're going to put you on wide spectrum antibacterial, antibiotic, anti-parasitic medication. And that medication is going to make you just as sick as the parasites. The deucitude. It's because you don't pay the hippos bakshish, so they send their little friends. Woo! 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 Milo Mortimer.
The Ganges? Well, I'd say the Ganges and the Nile.
Milo says, bro, we are not drinking from the river. No. Two defenders. Nothing beats the Ganges. Okay, here's the difference between the Ganges and the Nile. The Ganges, you smell it. You smell it in the water. Because the sources of the contamination in the Ganges are very local. Okay? You don't see it in the Nile. It's there. And in many ways, it's worse than the Ganges. Okay? Now, here's what you can get from the Ganges. You'll get cholera, okay, from the Ganges, because they're burying corpses in the Ganges. Okay? You don't see the corpses in the Nile because they're being stopped by the Nasser Dam. And the Nasser Dam will block all that, and the crocodiles in Lake Nasser will eat the corpses, but they still contaminate the water. The other thing too is that the Nile is a larger river chain. It's a lot larger. Okay, it's larger than the Ganges, so there's more opportunity for contamination. Now, if that wasn't enough, there's also industrial contamination in the Nile. But wait, there's more. So you've got industrial contamination in the Nile. You've got the little friends in the Nile. You've got the things that will make you so sick it isn't even funny in the Nile. Okay? The toxic waste in the Nile. It is quite literally Africa's toilet. Bomb Papa says, at least the Ganges comes with a disclaimer. Yeah, it does. And people warn you, don't go into the Ganges. The cat sweet and crocodiles. Oh yeah, there's crocodiles in Lake Nasser. Okay, there's none south of the dam. They can't transverse down the what's it called, the cataract, but they're in Lake Nasser. They're still there. I've seen them there. Seen their little yellow eyes looking at me while I'm taking photographs. Graham, the Nile is the silent killer. Milo Mortimer, is there a good vantage point to watch that? You mean the crocodiles? You can't see the crocodiles most of the time. Like in the daytime, they just go deep, so you don't see the crocodiles. You can sometimes see them in like the wading pools at the Abu Simbel at the center, at the visitor center, because they will climb out of Lake Nasser. And part of the life cycle of young crocodiles is they'll crawl out of the water and they'll go up trees. Young crocodiles can actually climb trees.
Oh, great.
Oh, great. I'm falling crocodiles from the trees.
Did not know that.
They'll also hide in like little pools, away from deep water because crocodiles are cannibals. So, oh yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them in the little wading pool at Abu Simbel as you go into the visitor center. So, Double Treble asks, how do the animals survive with all those parasites? They're just part of the environment. Yeah. Andrew Graham, the adult crocs would snap trees. Yeah. They don't get out. You don't see the adult crocodiles come out of the water very much. It's very rare to see them come out of the water. There used to be, actually, if you go up to Abu Simbel, and there's I think it's I think the hotel is called the Cleopatra. It's like within walking distance of Abu Simbel, so you can actually walk from this hotel to Abu Simbel. There's a little jetty that goes out that used to be a crocodile farm. It's now abandoned. So you can walk out to the jetties, and all you see there is like a telephone pole now, but It used to be a crocodile farm, and they were raising crocodiles there. The Sudanese and the and some of the Egyptians basically still hunt crocodile in Lake Nasser. They hunt it and they'll sell the crocodile products and crocodile meat and all that. So there's actually still people out there who are hunting crocodile for food and racing is one word for it. Yeah, that is one word for it. Bubble Trouble says Nile crocs and hippos are just built different. Yeah, they are. But yeah, there's still people who live on Lake Nasser who do hunt crocodile. Now, if you buy something like that in Egypt, you can't take it home with you. Crocodile is a CITES protected species, so you can't bring crocodile shoes or wallets home legally, anyway. Which is unfortunate because they are kind of a pest. So yeah, there's something you just can't take home from Egypt. Uh, Crocodile products you can't take home from Egypt. Coral and shells, big no-no. They never used to be so harsh on shells, but now they've gotten cracked down on shells a lot. But coral, definitely, do not bring corals. Truth Defender says, the largest crocodile ever recorded was Lolong, a saltwater crocodile captured in the Philippines in 2011. He measured 6.17 meters, 20 feet 3 inches long, and weighed 1,075 kilograms, 2,370 pounds. You see some that size in the Egyptian Museum. If you go to the Egyptian Museum and you see the crocodile mummy exhibit, there are some big crocs that have been mummified. Massive crocs mummified. They probably didn't get to 20 feet, but they got close. Some of them are like 15, 17 feet. So, yeah, they're big. Big animals. Big animals. And not friendly. Well, they'll make a meal of a hyena. They'll make a meal of a hyena easily. The crocodiles don't mess with the hippos, but if a lion goes into the water or a hyena, oh yeah. Fair game. Yeah. Yeah, crocodiles will kill and eat a lion. Ah, love it. Palm Papa says, gotta love indeterminate growth. Yeah, I mean, as long as they live, they keep growing. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But that's reptiles for you.
Which is why the dinosaurs height is not that surprising.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of humans around it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's a comment here from Mama from earlier on that I didn't catch. Each week you defend something. Random people get super angry over it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we do. Defend something or criticize something else. And people get super angry over it. It does a little.
You wish they'd listen to what you said.
Yeah, you kind of wish they would, understand what was going on instead of just knee-jerk reacting. Let's see what we got here. Golden Wind asks, besides the Westminster Confession, which other ones would you recommend to read or study? Well, there's a lot of Protestant confessions out there that are at least worth a read. I wouldn't say they're all equally good. I mean, um, Westminster Confession's very good. It's a very solid confession. Done by the brightest minds, theological minds in England. And they were no slouches. Um, I would say there's some others that you, if you want to read and study and get a lot out of something, I would read Calvin's Institutes. You don't have a lot of abbreviated confessions for Calvinism, but Calvin's Institutes are very well written. They're very thorough. They're very theological. So I highly respect Calvin's Institutes. If you want a Lutheran take, you'd probably have to read the Book of Concord. Which is not, I'll say this, the Book of Concord is not the best doctrinal statement ever written. Okay? But it does have a lot of stuff in there from Luther. A lot of it from Philip Melanchthon. So if you want some interesting stuff from the Lutheran side, you pretty much have to read the Book of Concord. But there's other confessions too. As I said, there's a Heidelberg confession. There's a couple of Baptist confessions too that are okay. I don't happen to remember them off the top of my head. So, but anyway, yeah, there's a lot of different confessions out there if you want to do sort of stuff on comparative theology. And that's what you're getting into at this point when you're talking reading various church doctrinal confessions side by side. You're talking comparative theology at that point. Andrew Graham, get an Anglican book of prayer. Yeah, you could do that too. That's one way to do it. Andrew Graham goes, it has green cover. Not all of them have green covers. I've seen them black. I've seen them red. I saw an Anglican prayer book that had a cover of wood and ivory on it. I could have owned that, which is why I'm kicking myself for not buying it.
Was that before or after?
That was after England. We could have actually kept it, yeah. So it depends. So they don't always have green covers. Some of them do, some of them don't. Still kicking myself for not buying though that wood and ivory one. Because it looked cool.
That'd be fun. Like show and tell.
Yeah, I mean, it was cool. It had a wood cover with a little cross inlay in ivory. It was really nice. All right, let's see what else we got here. I want to thank Jack Ray again for another 5 memberships. So thank you very much for that support, Jack. We really appreciate it. Okay, and what I'm going to do here, because I know we have this coming up here, is we're going to take P8888's sponsored question here. And so thank you very much for sponsoring a question. This one's question is not so theological, but I think it is still important. Which is Harry Stark's any thoughts of Sony ending the production of physical discs for video games? For those of you who are not aware of this controversy, it follows immediately after Sony revoked the viewing rights for 500 movies. So if you had Sony's um movie service on your PlayStation, they just and you bought one of these movies, and these are not small movies. One of them was like Terminator 2. They
And a lot of people had bought hundreds.
Yeah, a lot of people had bought hundreds of these movies, and they revoked them, took it off their catalog. These people can't view it anymore, and they're not getting their money back because Sony pulled a terms of service here.
They pulled Google Music. Yeah.
Yeah, they pulled the Google Music. It's exactly what they did. They pulled the Google Music. This is why I think it's wrong. Yeah, Mama. Yeah, I agree. This is theft. It's a kind of corporate theft. It's basically corporations taking people's money and then not delivering on the service promised, and then using terms of service to get away with it. It's ethically and morally wrong. Okay? So this is why I still advise people, and this is not the first time it's happened. You look, I had my music pulled by a record publisher. Okay? Because I didn't fill out they asked me to update my metadata, or they would pull it, and I didn't see the point of doing that. So it's just like they pulled my music. So people who had bought, if someone had bought, one of my songs on a streaming service, it's got pulled. The Velocirabbit, some of the Velocirabbit stuff has been pulled. So this is why I do always recommend people get physical media. If you buy music, get a CD. If you buy a book, get a soft cover or a hardcover. I mean, I understand the convenience of a Kindle, but you're still at the you're still entirely at the mercy of the publisher, of the distributor. So this is why physical media still matters. It's why people are back to buying CDs and DVDs. It's Mama says you're at the mercy of corporations who are not merciful. Yeah. Yeah. So this is why, again, the importance of physical books. This is not going to go away. Unless the only way people can take this from you is they break into your home and steal it. Don't do that, by the way. So again, it's just one of those things where physical media has become very important because we don't have the consumer rights to protect digital assets, essentially. Jack Ray, back to buying CDs? Oh, we were supposed to stop? Oh, yeah. Physical CDs haven't been produced for a lot of music for a while. So, Jack Ray goes, I buy CDs and rip onto digital. Well, excellent. I'm glad you do. That's the way to do it, honestly. But at the same time, too, for new music, you can't get a lot of it on CD. You can't get Velocirabbit on CD. Nobody sells it on CD. So John says, I'm a big fan of physical media fan. I get physical Blu-rays, books, and video games wherever possible. Yeah, and this is part of the controversy now that Sony has it's ended physical discs for video games. So it can retract a video game now. It can wipe a video game off your hard drive just like it did for those movies. So I think this is there has to be stronger consumer rights for digital content. And those rights don't exist at the moment. It's all the rights belong to the distributors. Even more than the artists. The artists don't even have these rights. So deduce a dude. If they steal a book, you need to buy a new one. More profit for the author. Yeah, I'll hope $2. Yeah. Yeah, the other's not getting much out of this. I'm sorry. Mama says, our 14-year-old has been waiting a month and a half for a physical copy of a Nintendo Switch game. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. A lot of companies are really slow to produce media too because they would rather you do digital. So yeah, I think that's a very important issue of moral rights for digital assets. But we're just not there yet. We're still in the infancy of the digital age, and because we're in the infancy of the digital age, the morality is lagged behind. Morality has always lagged behind the technology. Always. So
Basic bioethics.
yeah, it's basic bioethics. Basically, any technological advancement. So I see my host comment here. You know you've messed up when Dr. Falk makes a video about you. Okay. Next question here is from Mama. Awesome. Okay, 12-year-old wants to hear explanation of Luke 4:4. What does it mean that God wants man to live not just on bread alone, but on every word he speaks? Let's bring up the Bible. Okay. And I love that the 12-year-old's asking questions. That's wonderful. So Luke, chapter 4. And we will go. Okay, and this is the temptation of Christ. We'll take it from verse 1 here and take it down to verse 4. Okay? And the text reads, and Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, returned from the Jordan and was led by the Spirit in the wilderness for 40 days, being tempted by the devil. And he ate nothing during those days. And when they ended, he became hungry. And the devil said to him, if you are the Son of God, tell this stone to become bread. And Jesus answered him and said, it is written, man shall not live on bread alone. Okay? So, that's what's going on here is that's the text. The man man shall not live on bread alone means that there's things out there that are more important than just physical sustenance. Okay? Now, Jesus is not saying here that eating isn't important. He's not saying that. But there are times when the price of eating is too high. Okay? So here's what the devil is trying to do. He's trying to goad Christ into using his divine powers to have dominion over Christ. That's what's going on here. So Christ is basically living as a man. This is what's called kenosis. Christ emptied himself of his divine properties so that he can show himself as a man living like us. For it's written in the book of Hebrews that he became like us in every way. This is the chapter where Jesus shows how he's like us in every way. He gets hungry. He was tempted. He had every weakness of humanity. And all the devil had to do was tempt him to pick up his divine attributes, to cease being hungry, to cease being uncomfortable, to cease being, say, poor and powerless. So when Christ is tempted, this is the devil's way of getting the one up on him. Using that human weakness. The devil is leveraging that human weakness to tempt Christ to pick up his powers again and act like God, so the devil could say, "You see, I told you so. You are no better than these humans because you picked up that power when you had the opportunity." And Christ said, You shall not tempt the Lord your God. There's more to life than bread alone. So, the devil is basically, in this passage, he's quoting scripture against Christ to tempt Christ to act like what he really is, fully God. But it's not time for that. He has to show that he's like man in every way, in every weakness, and the devil is trying to exploit that weakness. So, what it means is that there's some times when eating bread done the wrong way is temptation that leads to sin. So, and sin is just missing the mark. This is the closest the devil can get to causing Christ to sin, by doing what he's not supposed to do, which is to pick up his divine attributes at this point and make his life easier than that of man. So, I hope that helped. I hope you found that interesting, and I hope that answered your question. Thank you so much for that question, and I hope the 12-year-old here really benefited from that. Okay, let's move on. She did? Okay, cool. Mama says she's excitedly listening. Cool. Cool. Awesome. That made my day. Thomas Hall asks, are Hades and Sheol equivalent? Roughly. Yeah, they're roughly equivalent. Not exactly the same, but they're roughly equivalent. Mama said she thought it was really helpful. It certainly gave me a good history lesson. Okay, awesome. Cool. That's what we do here. Mama asks a question here. How many centuries would be between Hagar's existence and when the Quran was written? About 23. About 23 centuries between them.
23 years.
Not 23 years, 23 centuries. So if we date Hagar to the 17th, 18th century BC, and the Quran to the 7th century, yeah, you get about 23, 24 centuries. Just a little time gap. What's a few millennia between friends? Mama goes, 2,300 years, but they're just so certain she was a Muslim somehow. Yeah. Well, they also claim that Jesus was a Muslim, that Abraham was a Muslim, that Noah was a Muslim, and Adam was a Muslim. Doctor Who does get around, yeah. Yeah, there's basically anybody that they think that can comport to Islam, they'll call them Muslim. Except when they're like clearly not Muslim. Yeah, pretty much. Mama says, "You're a Muslim and they're a Muslim and everyone's a Muslim." Yeah. Cereal Bowl. Some Muslims would actually say the Quran is the earliest source on Hagar, since they say the Quran is eternal. Oh, good grief. It's like, good grief. Yeah. You. Oh boy. Yeah, some of them do say that. Cereal Bowl. Oops. Even Alexander the Great was a Muslim in the Quran. Sure he was. Yeah. Oh boy. All right, next question here is from Orthodox Don for 12 British pounds. Thank you very much for the super chat. Have you come across a Jesus and Paul mythicist book called Christ Before Jesus? And do you have thoughts on it or about mythicists in general? It really bothers me that anyone takes them seriously at all. The problem with mythicist books is they all assume that Jesus didn't exist or Paul didn't exist, because they find similar they find religious parallels in other myths and documents. So it's the sharpshooter fallacy. It really is the sharpshooter fallacy, where they've got a myth and then they paint a target around the myth, around the like okay, let me explain the sharpshooter fallacy. The sharpshooter fallacy is a guy has a target on a barn, shoots an arrow, misses the target, and then paints a new target around the arrow. The idea of the sharpshooter fallacy is that you make the conclusion wherever the arrow hits. Okay? So they've got mythicists have a comparison with an other myth. And therefore, they say that Jesus is really just a copy of that myth. This is classic sharpshooter fallacy. And it's one of the most persistent fallacies found in mythicism. Now, the funny thing is, there are atheist historians that think this is complete bollocks. Like Bart Ehrman. I mean, Bart Ehrman has said some nasty things about mythicists. I mean, he thinks that mythicists are out to lunch. So, now I have not read the Christ Before Jesus book. I don't intend to read it. I don't like mythicist garbage because it's always the same thing. It's always the sharpshooter fallacy. So I already have explained it. You were out of the room, yeah. So yeah, it's just one of those things that I think are it's not worth anyone's real time to really engage, because even if there were myths like Jesus and Paul prior to Jesus or Paul, it doesn't follow that Jesus and Paul were myth. So even then, it's a non sequitur, just doesn't follow. So that's the problem with the sharpshooter fallacy, is it just ultimately devolves into non sequitur. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Rich Adams asks, I use your content, books, vids, articles in my writings and teachings. I want to make sure I don't come off as stealing. What's the best way to reference your comment? Oh, the best way to do it is to use a proper, get yourself Turabian, okay? And do a proper citation, okay? This is how you do it. There was a woman whose name, it's a manual of style. Let me get you the exact name of this book, because it is the Bible of citations. It's the Bible of citations. It's a heck of a good resource. Okay, heck of a good resource. Highly recommended. All right. And it is called, bring it up here. As soon as I get the, come on up. Come on. The hamsters are running. The author is Kate Turabian. Turabian. Manual for Writers of Term Papers, Theses, and Dissertations. Now, I think it's right now in its 8th edition. I'll just pop up the image here. Window capture. Let's see if I can find it here. There, okay. All right, there we go. All right, there's the cover. Kate Turabian, A Manual for Writers of Term Papers, Theses, and Dissertations. It comes in many editions. You don't have to get the latest one, but anything 6th edition or better is usually very good. The beauty of this particular style manual is it tells you how to cite practically anything. It tells you how to cite books, magazines, journals, encyclopedias, plays, television shows, YouTube videos, digital recordings, papers that are unpublished. There is nothing in this manual, the citation manual, that you cannot cite with this. Okay? It's that thorough. Turabian was the librarian at the University of Chicago. And one of her jobs as a librarian, she didn't have a PhD herself, but she was the head librarian at the University of Chicago Library.
Which is why we don't think PhDs are required.
But what she had to do, one of her jobs, she had to check every dissertation that came through the door and basically approve it for its citations. And she got so sick of sending stuff back that she made this manual.
She's my hero.
And she worked there for like 50, 60 years. I mean, she died in office, essentially. Okay? So it is crazy. how thorough this thing is. It is a must-have reference. Yeah. Um, Mama says, "Wow, okay, reference must-have." Yeah, it is. It is incredible. It's much better than EndNote. All of that. Harry Stark goes, "Any thoughts on creating citations using EndNotes? Too limited. It's way too limited." Now, if you're doing a lot of biblical literature, you also want the SBL handbook. Okay. But the two together, Turabian and the SBL handbook, will cover 99.999% of citations you will ever need. Mama says, "Dang, that's a tedious job. No wonder she wrote that book." Yeah. Yeah. Slam says she died before the internet. Yeah, she did, but they just kept adding to it. So the site this edition was, what year is this edition? 6th edition was yeah, she died in 87, so actually she didn't die before the internet. Okay. The internet was around in 1987. I know, I used it in 87. But this was updated, it last updated in 1996. Okay. So so she didn't die before the internet. But already the seeds were there for the internet. So, but even this 6th edition has stuff for citing off the internet. So,
Yeah. Okay. Internet 1987. Hold the phone.
Jack Ray, internet 1987. Hold the phone, literally. In 1987, I had a, what's it called now? A PPP link over a 56K modem. That was internet. Okay, that was internet. A PPP link in over a 56K modem in 1987 was perfectly bona fide internet. You could browse the web with that. Wasn't a lot of internet back then, but there was some. Jack Ray, see the headset phone holding the phone. Hey, Digital Robotics had a great modem in had several great modems in the late 80s, early 90s. So, yeah, okay, I was a little ahead of my time. I had a Linux box in 1987. Okay, I actually had Linux in 87. Um, and I did have a 56K modem. Spent my college fund on it, but hey, my college fund wasn't. My parents did never add it to my college fund, so yeah, there wasn't much in there. Jackery goes, "I remember the ones that need the headset to be put in the modem cradle. I never used those ones. By the time I got on the internet, it was already, they were already, my first modem was a 300 baud, 1200 baud switchable modem. And that was cool. I mean, frankly, the idea that you could download software without going to somebody's house with a pack of diskettes, that was cool. So, yeah, you could, there was internet out there if you knew how to set up the software to do it. If you slip or PPP, yeah, your computer was connected to the internet at that point. I mean, I had, as I said, I had an early version of Linux. I had the 1.0 version of Linux, running on a 486 DX2 with 16 megabytes of RAM, and I used Slip to connect to the internet, an internet service provider, and I had a dumb terminal attached to it ultimately. So two people could use my one computer at the same time. It was pretty awesome, actually. So, Jack Ray, so DX2, so 1993 or so. Yeah, that was before 93. Um, no, that was before 93. It was, I think that was in 91, maybe. 91 or 90? 90? I can't remember. I started college in 88 and then got an upgrade on my computer in 91. So yeah, something like that.
Jack Ray did a mod chip DX2 upgrade.
Jack Ray, I did a mod chip DX2 upgrade in 1993. Oh, the DX2s were good chips. They were good chips, and the fact is that they could run Linux. I mean, it was awesome. It was awesome. An operating system that actually did real multitasking. You know, compared to Windows 3.1 or with 3.11, yeah, it was good stuff. It's really good stuff. All right, let's move on to the next question here. AJ Higgins for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Your preferred bookbinding style? My preferred bookbinding style. I don't understand the question, AJ. I mean, hardcover. I mean, I like hardcovers. I think they're cool. Um, you know, you know, you know, like that. Yeah, yeah. Dust jackets. You know. Hmm? Yeah, you could get art on the inside with it. Yeah. So, bookbinding styles are not exactly
And
sewn and glued. Yeah. Well, I think these ones are actually just glued, but I would prefer sewed and glued myself, but it's hard to find publishers, just-in-time publishers anymore that will do sew and glue. Even say what's it called now? Trad publishers don't do it anymore. Trad publishers don't sew many books together anymore. And some of it is because the cost. It's become too expensive to sew and glue. Let me see if my Ark of the Covenant one is sewed and glued. So I know Ingram Spark just does glued, and most book publishers are using Ingram Spark these days. Okay, my Ark of the Covenant one is sewn and glued. So you can see the sewing at the top there. Okay. So this one's sewn and glued.
that's a nice combination.
Yeah, that's a nice combination. But that's pretty rare these days.
Yeah.
Because it's very expensive. My hardcovers are just glued. They're not sewn. But then again, too, most aren't these days. So I prefer sewn and glued myself, but it's hard to get. Really hard to get, and it's expensive to get.
Yeah, Mama said yes, if we're talking preferred. So yeah, preferred.
Yeah, Mama says yeah, but we're talking about preferred. Yeah, okay. If it comes down to preferred, yeah, stitched. Definitely, stitch binding.
Glued soft cover. If you read them frequently, will fall
Andrew Graham, glues do the splits. Actually, there's a way to repair that. I found out. Um, use a couple boards with a clamp and a heat gun. You can actually, because it's thermal glue.
Yeah, that
Book
would work.
binding. It has. You could even, you know how that annoying thing happens where like the binding will arc, will bow on you, and it looks awful. You can actually fix that with a heat gun and a couple of boards
We'll have to
and a
do
clamp.
a video or special.
Yeah, so you don't have to settle for the splits. You know, they can, book bindings can be repaired fairly easily.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about it, but that makes sense.
Yeah, and it doesn't even take that long to do. So
You can cut bread with a chainsaw. Doesn't mean you should.
Smiley says, "You can cut bread with a chainsaw. Doesn't mean you should." Okay, but you're not damaging a book with a heat gun. Come on. You're just softening the glue. That's all you're doing. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I'd prefer stitched and glued like everyone else does, but you know, real expensive and hard to get these days. You pretty much have to, if you're doing indie publishing, you pretty much have to do a boutique publishing and pass that on to the consumer. And I'd rather not do that. Okay. Next one. A.J. Higgin, composer. Why are books like 1st and 2nd Samuel attached to that name when it's clear the author probably pulled from many sources? Because Samuel was sort of the star of the book. Okay, no one thinks that 1st and 2nd Samuel were written by Samuel. No one thinks that, and the book doesn't claim that either. What the book is about is Samuel.
When you're a lay person in the pews, you think it was written by Sam.
Well, some people do think that probably, but nobody in the know thinks that 1st and 2nd Samuel, because we don't know who the name of it, who wrote it. Okay, so you do have to call the book something. So you could go, I guess, call it just the book. Here's the book in the book of books. Or you could call it
They weren't
Samuel.
numbered yet.
Yeah, they weren't numbered yet.
They weren't booked, 12 of 69.
A book called something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's clear, yeah, he pulled it from many sources. I don't think anyone really refutes that. Um, it's the bulk of it does involve Samuel in some way, so that's why. Mama says, I doubt the Book of Ruth was written by Ruth. Yeah, exactly. But it's named after her because she's the subject matter. Yeah. Jack Ray, something, something, something Samuel. Andrew Graham, a book called Nothing, laugh out loud. A book called Multiple Sources. Just doesn't have the same ring as Samuel. Just saying.
Various authors write about Samuel.
Various authors write about Samuel.
Doesn't really roll.
Doesn't roll off the tongue, does it?
Yeah, getting punchy.
Yeah, we are getting punchy because it's like almost midnight. Okay. Still,
I think Samuel.
hey, I'm already thinking about after stream snack at this point. I'm starting to think hot dog. All right, I'm going to thank Jack Ray again for another 5 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much for your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it. So lots of opportunity to thank uh, Jack tonight. So that's awesome. Jack Ray goes, "This stream is going to be funny to parse with AI. I'm sure it will be." Yeah, we will start promoting the your work next week. So that's when we're going to start doing it. So thank you so very much for doing that. It solved a problem that's been with us for a long time. So we really appreciate it. I want to thank Smiley Bonbon for a $2 Canadian super sticker. Thank you so very much. Thank you for supporting the channel. I'm glad you could be here tonight. It's nice to have you here. Yeah. Okay, we got a super chat here from Smiley Bonbon for $5 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Why were biblical authors so against astrology, but later Jews, it made a resurgence? It keeps resurging and waning in Jewish history. What's the pattern? The pattern here is divination. Okay? Astrology is one of those weird things that sort of flip-flops between being viewed as divination versus being viewed as a science. And I use that term science incredibly loosely. Okay? There is this idea that floats around in history that astrology is mechanically determines the lives of people. Okay? So you're not predicting people's future with astrology, you're just going to see what's going to happen to them fatalistically. Okay? So it's like that you can't change the outcomes because it's already there in the stars. Okay? So it's not like you can change the future if you know it here. It just is going to happen. So there's this sort of flip-flop in not just Judaism, but in all cultures. You know, this happens even in, say, Christian culture. Like one of the criticisms of Philip Melanchthon, the Protestant reformer, was he was really into astrology. He was incredibly into astrology. Yeah, he really was. You know, even Luther sort of took him out to the woodshed once and sort of knuckled him on the ears and basically said, "What are you doing with this fascination of astrology?" But he couldn't shake him of it. And that's because there were times in human history, in Christian history, where astrology was not viewed as a divination process, but as a science. Now, it was even studied in the major universities as a science. And we're not talking about here astronomy. We're still talking astrology. Okay? It was part of the trivium and the quadrivium. Okay? It was considered one of the sciences of the trivium and quadrivium, which were the medieval standard um um disciplines of study. So so through much of the history of Western Europe, through Judaism, um through the East, it has held both the idea of being divinational and scientific. Now, and these were major universities like the University of Paris. Okay? So this is not, these weren't small schools. These were old, ancient institutions of learning like Oxford. Oxford had this as a faculty. You could go to Oxford and you could learn astrology. You could go to the University of Bologna in 1500 and learn astrology. You could go to the University of Paris and learn astrology. So it was really came with, say, Galileo and Newton when and Copernicus, when astrology started to divide into astrology and astronomy. That's when sort of the line started to become clear that astronomy became its own thing, its own science, and astrology became divination. That's when sort of the categories clarified. Until then, it was really mixed up. You had people on both sides. People who were doing, like Ptolemy, the astronomer Ptolemy. You know, he was an astrologer, technically, but his observations were more like astronomy. Very, very careful observations of things like eclipses, of all that sort of thing. And you know, it's really hard to say, was Ptolemy an astrologer or an astronomer? It's very difficult to basically say which one is it. Now, today, astrology is definitely divination. Because it really doesn't actually do any observations of the stars. Back in the Middle Ages, it did. Okay. So,
Yes, Octavius has.
I will answer that question in a moment. I see it. Okay. So, you look up a astrological reading today. It's divination because there is no actual, basically, stellar work involved. It's basically, well, you're in this sign and therefore you have this reading based upon the spirits. That's divination. Okay. So there's that separation between science and divination doesn't exist anymore. Okay. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting to see the history of this, because it sort of flip-flops. It really does flip-flop between divination and a science. Again, I use that term really loosely, but a lot of those old astronomers like Ptolemy, it was really much more of a science. So Smiley Bonbon says modern astrology has a lot of theoretical points. Yeah, well, it has a lot of modern astrology too has a lot of Hinduism in it as well. So again, it's one of those things where the lines have become clearer as the centuries have progressed. So, but it's an interesting subject, and there's a lot of things that can be said about this. I'll take this question next from Gaius Octavius. Um, is modern day astrology, tarot, and other related things actually still backed up by spirit powers, or is it most of it just bunk nowadays? Okay, you don't say what the other related things are, so I can't really compare that. But let's compare the astrology and the tarot, because they're different. Okay? Um, um, if there's, like in the case of astrology, there's a divination work where spirits are contacted in proximity to the stars. Okay, so there's definitely some spirit work going on there. Okay, as far as tarot, tarot is different again. Now, tarot started off as a Christian practice. It was essentially monastic PowerPoint. People would take cards, and hey, Truth Defender, we don't allow multiple postings of questions here. That disqualifies your question for the night.
This question was saved. He repeated it. So
Yeah, so if you repeat a question, we disqualify it for the night. Just telling you. Okay? So you'll have to ask it next week. Well, we announce the rules of the live stream at the beginning of every live stream. If you missed that, I'm sorry, but we do stay hard and fast to that rule of repeated questions being disqualified for the night. So, okay. Okay, so, well, dude, I just didn't get to your question. If you'd just been patient, I probably would have answered it. So, just ask it next week. Okay, so get back to the tarot. Tarot is medieval PowerPoint. So monks would go around Europe with these cards to show creation, fall of man, the Davidic line, temptation of Christ, crucifixion, the resurrection, the city of God, the apocalypse, all that in a PowerPoint. And it was basically, they were done in a certain order to communicate the gospel through pictures. And it was basically a way of anagram, so it was stolen by the occult. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it was absolutely stolen by the occult. Yeah. It was originally, as I said, it was originally a monastic practice used to preach the gospel. And then it was stolen by the Roma, who were basically traveling through Europe, seeing what the monks were doing, and decided to use it as a divination practice. So, yeah, so insofar as there is, say, divination, contacting of spirits, yeah, there's still spiritual powers behind that, Gaius. So in the case of modern astrology, where it's the divination practice, yes, there's that. In the case of tarot, where you're contacting a spirit to guide the cards, yeah, there's still spiritual powers behind that. In the case of, say, astrology, where they're just faking it, nah, there's nothing behind that, probably. Anagram, that puts tarot cards in a different light than, oh yeah, I mean, I can do it. I mean, I can, if I was given a deck of traditional tarot cards, and let's put it this way, the deck of traditional tarot cards with the actual old illustrations on them, I could present you the entire gospel using that really easily. It's so easy to do that it's not even funny. Yeah. You could preach the gospel. The whole gospel message is in the tarot deck. All of it. So um I mean, yeah. The problem is that people are using it as a divination tool. That's the problem. But there's, as I said, I've said this before, there's nothing so good that man won't corrupt it. Nothing.
Including medicine.
Yeah, medicine can be corrupted. Good theology can be corrupted. Anything can be corrupted.
And not just man corrupts it. Satan quotes scripture, so even scripture doesn't fall.
Yeah.
Into...
Yeah. Satan quotes scripture to corrupt it. So, everything can be corrupted. Every good thing can be corrupted. I mean, I had one guy argue with me that that veneration of the saints, as if I really believe that myself. He tried to argue with me that it's, Gavin Ortland was correct because in practice it leads to idolatry. Well, that's a slippery slope argument. Anything can be corrupted like that. Do we get rid of the Trinity because some people who are exposed to Trinitarian doctrine become tritheists? Do we get rid of salvation by grace through faith because some people who hear that become Osassers? Do we get rid of Calvinism because some people who hear about Calvinism become fatalists? And it's so anything good can be corrupted. Do we get rid of the virgin birth because some people who hear it become obsessed Marianists? Just who think she's the fourth person of the Trinity. Yeah, it's like, no. You don't get rid of the good because some people corrupt it. It's just stupid. So, Gaius Octavius asks, is there a means of contacting good spirits, or it's just to be avoided? It's just to be avoided. Don't contact spirits. Just don't do it. Okay? Now, there are now if you're Eastern Orthodox, you can make the claim that you can contact through prayer good spirits or good saints, that sort of thing. When it comes to divination, though, and here's one of the things we've got to keep in mind. There's a difference between praying to saints, because I want to make this clear, because I know somebody will take this out of context if I don't clarify it and I don't put the nuance in. And divination, a mediumship, okay? Medium is when you call up a spirit to give you secret information.
And you are calling them to
You are calling them to this plane, okay? So it's not that you're just contacting them. It's not like you're going to, like, say...
Or you're... It's not like you go to a gravesite and you talk to your mother.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to your gravesite and talking to your mother. Okay, it's not like that. Okay? If your mother passed away, it's perfectly okay to go to the gravesite and talk to your dead mother. There's no problem with that.
It's a problem if she starts answering.
It's a problem if she starts answering. It's a real problem if she's buried and not dead yet and starts answering.
Don't bring that up. I don't want that in my head. Seriously.
But what you don't want to do is don't want to call up a spirit. You don't want to call up the spirit of your mother to get information from her. Do it basically a two-way exchange. Okay, that's not kosher. That's not good. Okay, there's nothing wrong with communicating with your dead. Basically, talking to your dead parents. Nothing wrong with that. It's not forbidden in the Bible anywhere. Okay, if you want to talk to the Archangel Michael, go for it. I'm sure you'll bore him to death, but there's nothing that you could possibly do that would be of interest to Michael. But if you want to go for it, go for it. But there's nothing. But don't call a spirit up. Okay? And that's the difference. Astrology calls a spirit up. A mediumship calls a spirit up. Tarot used for divination calls a spirit up. And a Ouija board calls a spirit up. That's the difference. Okay? So, never call a spirit up because you don't know who's going to answer. But you can contact a spirit one way if you so desire. That is not forbidden. Yeah. Mom's got it right here. They're called a medium because they're in the middle between you and a spirit. Yeah. But the job of a medium, according to Deuteronomy 18, verse 10, is to call a spirit up. That's the job of a medium. That's the very definition of a medium. To call a spirit, be one who calls a spirit up. Mama says, so here's what we've learned here is it's time to take back the tarot. Don't let the devil have that deck. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Take it back. Take it back. I knew a Christian ministry who did free tarot readings where they just went through the deck in that order.
And they went to crystal fairs.
And they would go to crystal and New Age fairs. They had... Yeah, they gave them shoulder massages. They offered free shoulder massages, and while they waited for their readings, they would get the tarot reading in the order. Yeah. Guys, Octavius. Oh man, I can't have my moment with Samuel. I don't think I want to meet Samuel. He seems like a grumpy old man. Mama goes, gospel through the tarot deck when? I don't happen to have one. So, I could do it. It's easy enough to do. But, I'm sure I'd get a lot of hate for it. Oh, yeah. I'd get a lot of hate for that. I would have, Beth Stuckey up on my neck if I did that. It's like... She'd be calling me the next New Age minister.
But they actually got people interested in Christianity.
Yeah, they got people interested in Christianity. Yeah, it was one of the most popular booths at those New Age fairs because they had a line. That's why they started doing the shoulder rubs, the massages, because they had to keep some people occupied while they waited. So, and a lot of them had claimed that they had never seen the tarot in that light. These are people who had been using tarot decks all their life, and they didn't know what it meant. Now they knew what it meant. And it was something that blew their minds. That there was more to this than just randomness or spirits talking through a medium interpreting the cards. The cards actually had meaning. You know, it's like, again, it comes down to context. Context. Even tarot cards have a context. And if you know the context, you understand the cards. Oh boy. Yep. So let's move on here. Context and meaning. Yeah, what's that? Nuance? Nuance again? Crazy talk. Crazy talk. I think we're getting close to the end here, so we will probably be wrapping it up in a few minutes, and I can go have a hot dog. Nuance or nuisance. Okay, that's the end of the questions. So did I miss any let me just make sure I didn't miss any. Do a double check here just to make sure I missed no super chats. Nope, we got them all. Okay. Ooh. All right. So yeah, we're not going to make any promises for a tarot deck video, just because I probably don't want that kind of trouble. So, although we might do one someday, eventually, when I stop caring about getting in trouble. So, I think we're going to call it a night at this point. Do you think it'd be a good time to call it a night?
Yeah, I think we're good because you've been answering. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, before we leave, I want to leave a reminder that our book, Lord of Steel and Sky, War of the Gods, Book 3, is going to be coming out on July 15th. That's only a week and a half away. Those of you who have already pre-ordered it should be getting it by the next live stream, if not a little later than that. Because if you ordered it through Amazon, they ship it like the week before. So you'll be getting it real soon. And please review the books, because the more reviews we get, the more traction we get on Amazon, and then the more people see it. So we really, really do depend on the reviews. Okay? So with that said, I want to thank everyone who donated to the channel through your super chats and through your PayPal donations. We thank you so very much for the support of the channel. You guys do keep this going. We also want to thank our Patreon and YouTube membership supporters, because you keep the lights on, you keep the equipment running, you pay for upgrades and repairs, and we really, really appreciate that. Mama says I need to bring the books to my bedroom so I can get them reread and get the review written up while I'm stuck in bed. Well, appreciate that. That's wonderful. We also want to thank those who regularly watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and share the URL with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. With that said, thank you so much for joining us tonight. It was a great night full of great questions, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.